All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. Whatever happened, it was on some StreamYard end. Couldn't get back into StreamYard for nothing. So don't know what happened. Let me let the room get reasonably high again. All right, actually, let me go into my YouTube history right quick. Let me see who else is on. Okay. Yeah, I think that this band is working on a lot of people because I don't see anybody on, but I know most everybody is somewhat at home. So don't know what that's about. Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody else is on, at least like at first glance. Well, solo TV, so it doesn't look like it's affecting him. He has a Q&A with a white girl, so may want to check that out. All right, let me check my history. Oh, let me check to see who made it to the chat room, and I'll put the link out there for J Speed and anybody else who want to hop on. It's really an open panel at this point. What's going on, Trey? DJ Kuda, salute. So yeah, apparently you was on and I didn't get it because you on that band too. But I seen you did like a 2 hour video that I missed. So shout out to Kuda. All right, let me put that StreamYard up. All right, Mace, Vern, salute, salute. Finally getting my sleep pattern right. So that's what's up. All right. So apparently, I was watching this quick clip. Africa seemed to be affected by the virus, not really the virus itself, but they benefit greatly. They benefit the most from trade, and with China down, getting the raw material for their factories and stuff like that, Africa seemed to be suffering too. And yeah, so on both ends, from getting the raw material and then getting the manufactured goods. So suffering on both ends. It's funny that they didn't really mention America when they were talking about that. But is what it is. Let's see. I cannot find what I had before. Okay, so some things just didn't come up in the history. So let me type it back in. All right, 1 second. All right. see. What's going on, Naima? Naima coming in here with the thickness. Oh, wait, something happened with Mace, huh? Somebody saying congratulations. What happened with Mace? So is chiropractic a real, that really helps? Maybe I should get an adjustment. All right. Okay, so all right, so we're gonna just cover that video on the breakdown woman perspective, the real reason why Black women invaded the manosphere. I don't know. It's an interesting choice of words that they use when they say invaded, meaning that because invasions are unwelcome. So it's interesting that they. All right, hold on. All right, so where we left off was that according to this, like, three brothers met up with they seen fat Jewish women just the day before, even though everybody's at home due to a quarantine, but they seem to be the only ones on the planet that seen the elusive fat Jewish woman. But and maybe it's the same one, maybe they were running a train, who knows, but kind of odd, wouldn't you say? Anyway, let me do a screen share. What's going on, Sakina? Welcome back. Technical difficulties earlier. Here we go. All right. So
roles. But if you have regular women, who's not Orthodox, she can't be in. She's out of pocket on a consistent basis. She's not even part of the community. Can't be like that. But Orthodox Jewish women don't have the numbers to outnumber the regular walking around regular Jews. So if we talking Hasidic Jew and all that shit, yeah, they're in pocket.
So it says it's 1 in 4 that are overweight. 1 in 6 that
I think one of the things you're getting at GameChanger that Jewish people, they know how to cover up their shit. They're just really better at their freckles.
That's 25%. I mean, personal.
okay, so this is their way of saying Jewish women do it too. And then somebody said Jewish women know how to cover up their shit. Yeah, well, if there's an obesity problem in your community, then that's very difficult to cover up because you are literally obese. Like, you can't cover up a bunch of fat ass bitches. You can't. I mean, so the way to cover up your obesity problem is to not be obese. Like seriously, like, what are you gonna do? Wear stripes or something? Like, wear vertical stripes and like, oh yes, this is how we cover up our problem. No, there's no problem because there's no obesity issue. But people want to hide the issues.
I think that is
if we're talking obesity right there. If we're talking obesity within communities, we gotta be truthful about it, right? Black women are on average a lot bigger than these Jewish Orthodox women. So there's a lot of skinny black women walking around, and there's a lot of black women with double D titties and humongous asses.
And of course, we've heard this argument before. There's no obesity problem in the black community. There's just a big titty problem. Like, it's these humongous titties that are just weighing down the, weighing down the scales at the doctor's office. So this is a good thing, right? Because we all see, like, W cup titties, but we never see the overweight black woman at 7-Eleven. People will try to protect and hide from the issue. This was a very disingenuous conversation, and you'll hear more about this as it goes along.
That are considered obese because of the BMI rate. So is that what we're talking about, or are we talking about the big bitches?
No, I'm talking about fat ass unappealing bitches.
Nah, these chicks are just fucking fat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm talking about fat ass unappealing bitches, Donnie. Now, as much as we like to
there's
church
a gang
of
fat unappealing Jewish bitches though.
There is a gang of fat unappealing Jewish bitches. Now, for those of you who are okay, so yeah, the heavier bone density. Okay, every excuse in the book. I'm not fat. I have dense bones. Every excuse in the book does not change the fact of what I just showed you, or what I showed you on the previous thing, and that is when you Google, fat ass, fat Jewish woman, nothing comes up. But if you Google fat African American woman, something comes up. And not dense bones. Jesus Christ.
Most is 25% according to the statistics. Now, see, niggas try to hide like it's not a bunch of fat ass ugly bitches in the black community. Miss me with that shit, okay?
I've been to Israel.
We can't ignore that we have black women.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if we don't use another group to compare it to. We have an issue with our.
I mean, no. He wants to ignore the elephant in the bitch.
No. I'm not ignoring you. When I've been around the block.
There are far too many. All right. Well, your perception aside, when you're talking to normal people, there are far too many fat ass bitches in the black community, and it's not all big ass tits neither. Now, that being said, the reason that guys skew is not because of lack of loyalty. It's because our loyalty is tested. When you have to choose between being loyal and being with a fat ass belligerent bitch with somebody else's hair sewn into her head.
So I will agree with you on that point, because if you look at the Jewish community, if you look at other communities, they have a code that they stick to death. That's why they don't want you dating out. They don't want you dating out because if you date out, you're going to have somebody that's not like them and not up to their standard, to their snuff, whatever you want to call it. When you come in the black community, everybody's got a wild, crazy ass, ridiculous standard. So I'll agree with you on that point. But what I'm saying is
everybody has a wild, ridiculous standard. Because the men don't. The men have the lowest standards amongst anybody I've ever seen in my life ever. And if you ever see like modern black couples, you always see a man who is more handsome than his woman is pretty, and a man who's more fit than his woman is. Period. You see these guys.
I agree with the fit part. I see more in shape black men.
It's more genetic than anything. We've been
these are brothers.
Now, notice how he said it's more genetic than anything. Brothers will continue to. So if it was genetic, it would be something that's consistent throughout history. You ever see an old black and white photo of the, motherfuckers getting water hose and German shepherded and shit, and you never notice how it wasn't any fat ass bitches in there? What happened to the genetics then? It wasn't any waterproof bitches. Bitches just taking a shower in the fucking fire hose because they're so fat that it just weighs down and the water hose doesn't have any effect on them. It's like a fucking sprinkler system, a slip and slide to them. Where were the fat ass bitches back then? When you look at the old black and whites with grandma and shit, where were the fat ass bitches then? Where were the fat ass bitches down the Soul Train line? It's genetic. It's not genetic. It's japhatic. Exactly. Where are the fat ass bitches then? These brothers are trying to make any excuse possible. It's getting worse. It's going to get worse.
brothers and sisters. They grew up eating from the same goddamn welfare trough that Lonnie Love complains about. You know, and yet one of them becomes the greatest athletes in the world, and the other one becomes Lonnie Love and Oprah. It's not. It's cultural. Okay? How come? And if you don't believe me, wait till the plague is over. Wait till the plague is over, and then go to Kentucky Fried Chicken, and then go to 24-hour fitness and count and see what you find.
You know, black women gonna have the Corona 15.
The Corona 15. Oh my God, y'all!
Yeah, like the
going to
freshman
hell.
15.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this about some of the thick girls. Not wobbly, but got a little extra weight on them. Dudes are like this. She's cute. I can kind of look past the little bit of size she's got, but I'm taking the double loss where I'm taking the big girl and the jacked up attitude. That's what kills a lot of these. I wouldn't say obese, fat and fugly, but some of the girls with a little extra weight on there, a little extra weight around themselves.
So
that's the part that kills them.
That's the dude's fault.
Hold on. Black men are just as out of shape as black women. No. Nobody on the planet is out of shape as a black American woman. Let's be clear.
I never said that. I'm just for the record.
What I was saying was some of these black women, some of these black women with a little bit of weight on them, they could get scooped up. The problem is dudes don't want to take. Yeah, let me finish. Dudes don't want to take a double loss. I'm taking a big girl and a jacked up attitude. That's a double loss.
Right. Exactly. If you got a good attitude, you cook, clean, you do all the extra shit, and you started thinking some money, I'm gonna take the big bitch. I don't mind the big bitch.
Let me make a side note. Jack Spade did not say anything about cooking, cleaning, and sliding some money. Jack Spade didn't say that.
What I'm saying is, if she do everything that she's supposed to do, I don't mind her being big. But you can't be big and have
I'm trying to figure out how we got here. How we got from.
I tell you how concrete rose, because you were talking about the Jewish community and what are they doing? Or the Asian community. So
I remember now.
A lot of these Jewish women, they got shake to them.
They have eligible women, and they have a low obesity rate. Now, back to Ashanti. Black men are not as out of shape as black women. Period. We're like at 60 at worst, and that's BMI, because there's a lot of muscle niggas in the world. Okay, and which is slimmer than white dudes and thicker than Asian dudes. Let's be clear. You are fatter than like 3 times. Like the Asian women is like in the 20% range, which means that you being in the 80% range of fat means that it's like 4 times the fat of the regular Asian women. So don't try to fucking play me and be obtuse. Like I'm not out here trying to find a place to put my dick when I'm single.
Okay, let's move the conversation forward.
Yeah. Asian women to be nothing but rice. They'll be all right.
Black Wizard, what do you have to say regarding? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Research was up here first. My apologies, and then we'll go to Black Wizard regarding the topic.
Hey, so how you doing, C Rose?
Hey.
So I want to talk to you about something totally different. Children. So I think C Rose, you guys as a new channel, what you're starting to see is like what a lot of new channels start to see. It's the constant same conversations every live stream.
They divert back to
no advancement. And
all right, what y'all about to see, what y'all about to hear is some major derailment and discrediting of what was said previously. But let's continue.
As female hosts, you guys are an easy target for those people who just want to focus on that part of it. But let's talk about children for a minute. The reason why I think a lot of you guys speak on these type of things is because I've been around since 07.
Who in the fuck does that? Have an existing topic and then out of nowhere says, the children. The children. Y'all notice that? That is like a red herring if I ever heard it. Like, you know, because you just kind of bring that up out of nowhere. You know, because we were talking about the solidarity and how other groups of people were advanced, and then a natural thing would be, what are they doing different? And one of the things that they are doing different is, you know, they're able to develop healthy relationships because both the men and women are healthy. And, you know, out of nowhere, it's like, yeah, you know, we're talking about the same old thing. Even though I hopped on the panel where they were talking about that, but it's the same old thing. And, you know, I'm just going to, like, does that happen in anybody else's? Well, it doesn't happen in my personal life. So I say, does that happen to anybody in their personal life? Like, say you're at a dinner party or something, or, you know, you're at a social gathering, and, you know, you're talking to somebody about, you know, about coronavirus, right? You know, it's 6 months in the future, and it's a thing long forgotten, and people are just reminiscing on, you know, what they were doing during the shutdown. And then somebody just comes along and says, oh yeah, you know, people talk about the same old thing, people have been talking about that for 6 months, but let's talk about Iraq. It's like, what the fuck? But let's continue.
But I've seen, unfortunately, now I will acknowledge a lot of this gender stuff women did start. From the time I was here, YouTube was very peaceful until women just started attacking the image of dudes for no apparent reason.
And he didn't even talk about the children. Oh, God.
Once dudes started, it never stopped. But here's my point as it relates to children. You don't hear a lot of people on both sides talk about kids. They're not talking about kids because only 20% of us are really trying to do anything regarding the kids, trying to make situations better for them. It always comes down to black men are trash or look at these women. And then the circle argument goes on and on for hours. Next day, same thing. Next Wednesday, same.
Because this is the black manosphere, not the black children's sphere. Just saying.
2 months from now, same thing. And it's because you're not really looking at where the power structure is. With other races, we're not comparing people to other races. And this was the problem, like when me and BMT.
Yes, we are. We are definitely comparing people to other races. That's why it's called a fucking race. You see who's ahead of you, and if it's not you or not nobody, then you run faster. And you continue to run faster until nobody's ahead of you. We're not comparing ourselves. Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. I know a lot of brothers don't want to do it because then they'll lose. But like I told Rashida Strober, competition is among you, whether you compete or not.
Do stuff. We try to limit people on the panel who really got alternative ideas and solutions, because people just talking about the same thing they talked about last month is derailing any advancement. We always complain about why we don't advance. Donnie,
it could be that we don't advance because we don't talk about shit long enough. Like, to talk about something and then see no solutions and then just stop talking about it is, how is that effective?
Brought up 100%. Why we don't advance?
Any point Donnie brings up is great.
We don't have enough solution-based conversations, and when we try to talk about solutions, it always.
There isn't enough solution-based conversations. Yes, there is a solution to being a fat-ass bitch. The solution to being a fat-ass bitch is not being a fat-ass bitch. Does somebody have to like put that on a chalkboard for people? Like, if somebody states a problem of the fat-ass bitchery going on in the black community, then the obvious solution is, you know, hey, you know, we should have less fat-ass bitches. Niggas are dumb. Niggas are dumb. Their solution is to not talk about the fat ass bitches, to stop talking about the elephant in the bitch. Like if I was to say, there's a problem with black on black mortality or black on black crime, brothers killing each other in the black community. What should we do about it? Nigga, stop killing each other. That's the solution, you dumbass nigga. See, our problems are easy to solve because we are inflicting it on ourselves. But because some people just want to continue to just, drive by, shoot, and kill another nigga, you got to say the shit to them over and over and over again because they're fucking semi-retards. And then when they get tired of hearing it, it's like, let's change the subject. No, let's not change the subject because it's still a bunch of fat bitches and murderous niggas. Ah, damn. We need to talk solutions. The solution is obvious when you're the problem.
Reverts back to the same.
Well, we do. Well, we do have.
I mean, on our panel,
they're always derailed by the 80%.
Right. A lot of the conversations are based on what niggas can't do. They can't get themselves a woman. I'm not calling anybody out, or I'm not saying anybody in particular, but there's a lot of conversation where niggas can't get themselves.
Okay. Anytime somebody says, I'm not calling anybody out, they're calling somebody out. Let's be clear. So basically, this is the insinuation of, you can't get no pussy type deal and blah, 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 blah. So, all right, let's run with that for a second. If you're 80% fat, then I guess 80% of brothers who stay loyal to ADOS can't get any either. From a non-fat bitch. Oh, God.
Woman or the woman that they want, so it runs back to bitches ain't shit. Bitches ain't shit.
Let's not introduce that though, Donnie, because that'll go to another thing. Just look at it from this point, Donnie. There's not enough females or males talking about their children and how they.
Now back to the children. Yeah, it is shaming language, and this is predictable tactics, So, I mean, no matter what the language, no matter how much a person is shamed, even if I was an incel that hadn't had sex in 21 years, no matter what, it doesn't change the fat ass bitch problem.
Develop their children.
Right.
Okay. I
think it depends on the person.
Well, I think that our children are fat because the mothers are fat. Now, so I want to respond to what Gab said in the chat room. So fat women need love too. God damn it! Do I walk up to Rihanna and say, poor niggas need love too, or nerds need love too? What kind of logic is it? Who in the fuck needs love?
Okay, now that you responded to the chat, let me go back to the kid thing because Gab.
Let Mr. Research finish.
But here's my point. I'll share the mic on this. Is that it's the anti-blacks, the bastards, the daughter bastards. They're doing all the complaining. The people who are not.
By the way, why in the fuck do people say big girls need love too? I think Ludacris was the first person to say that, and that shit is ludicrous. Big girls need love too. Who in the fuck deserves it? Like, what kind of entitlement shit is that? Fellas, does that work? Do you just walk up to somebody that you're not attracted to and say, well, she needs love too? No. It's a fucking penis competition. And may the fittest bitch win. And then they act like big girls don't shoot niggas down too. Like, where's that logic, when they shoot down? So Jessica, I don't know if Jessica's still here, but Zone, he's like, mid 5 something, somewhere like around 5'6" or something like that. You know, hey Jessica, what if Zone was to come up to you and say short dudes need love too? Kind of shit is that? Kind of logic is that? Is that a pickup line for fat bitches? Big girls need love too. What in the entire fuck? No, well, he wrote that verse. Big girls need love too, no discrimination. Like it's discriminating. Like everybody should discriminate on where they put their motherfucking penis. It's called having standards. I'm gonna just walk up to like a sexy ass Asian or white chick or Latina and say, "Oh, that's discrimination. If you don't fuck me, you're a bigot."
Growing up with legitimate structure, they're the ones pissed off all the time. The 20%, 30% of us who are actually producing something, who are hiring each other, or they really see the big picture, we're constantly getting berated by people who are like, I want to make money off the community. Bitch, 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 ho, ho, ho. I want to make money off the community. Men are trash, men are trash, men are trash. And then 5 years later, I didn't know white men would treat us like this. I didn't know I can get done in the river by a white woman like that.
Now, I want to point out that he still is not talking about the kids. He's talking about the people who are not talking about the kids. He's still not talking about the goddamn kids.
It's a waste of time. So as I wrap up, it's just, C Rose, I'm glad you're starting. You can't really say it because you don't want to cause no problem. You know a lot of these dudes got real thin egos, but people like me and BMT say it because it's like, look, even if you disagree with us, that's cool, but talk about something that has to do with advancing your career. It's so many dudes don't even have a career. I'm always amazed. Like I don't.
So first it was talk about the kids, and then he didn't really talk about the kids. He just talked about the people who are not talking about the kids. Now it's talk about something that advanced your career. Talk about anything but the fat ass bitches of the world. Y'all see this? Y'all see the Bureau of Fat Bitch Protection that goes on in the black community? Y'all see this shit, right? I'm not making this up. Talk about the kids. Talk about something that advanced your career. Why in the fuck? No. People just go into topics, existing topics, and tell you to talk about something else. Shit's weird.
Don't call people out, but well, I do. But there's some people who fake in front, like they started this, or there's a couple of people behind the scene got 2 divorces, but they come on these panels.
Okay, so he's not talking about career. He's talking about somebody behind the scene that has 2 divorces. I don't even know who the fuck this is. I don't know if this is a straw man or just like an insinuation, or maybe there is somebody with 2 divorces that he's just trying to shut down. But you're still not talking about the kids or careers. You're just talking about some random nigga that has 2 divorces and trying to discredit what he's saying because he divorced twice. What the fuck is that? All right.
3.
And pretend as if I got all this whatever. Take that into the real world and then come on these panels and talk about how you've killed a couple of dragons. Don't come up here talking about woe is me.
So now you have to kill a dragon to have an opinion on something. Jesus Christ.
Woe is me. The darn hobbits are bothering me.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I feel like Mr. Research took a couple shots, but ain't got nothing to do with it.
I do think that we do need to have more focused, solution-based conversation. We want to have the dialogue, and we want to have, but we want our conversations to be productive and to move forward. So, great points, Mr. Research, and I agree with you.
In that whole blurb, what in the fuck did he produce? How was it moved forward? This was just a change in topic. He was just saying, don't talk about that. We should talk about the kids, and then didn't talk about the kids. We should talk about careers and didn't talk about careers. He's just talking about people who's not talking about the things that he say that they should talk about. Ugh. And then apparently somebody said that it was the general. So apparently he's just taking like blind pot shot at the general because, you know, he like people like Zen, which is, you know, something that's becoming more and more common, was divorced twice. People be coming with these red herrings, I swear.
With you wholeheartedly. Black Wizard, what do you think about our topic, or what do you have to contribute?
I just want to say hi, Bianca. How you doing, love?
Good, how are you? Well, with that, Bianca, do you want to tell us what you think about the topic?
Well, I'm not really sure what the topic is, but I would just speak in regards to my personal experiences. Can y'all hear me?
Okay, maybe she's no longer.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. I don't think you wrote it.
Okay, you know my phone goes in and out. So
T-Roll got the Boost Mobile. So.
I have so many apps open and I'm on my app.
That nigga's still on the church phone. Where you at?
I'll be back. Whatever.
Where you at, Bianca?
Go ahead, Bianca.
Hey, baby.
Bianca.
The topic was the real reason why black women have invaded the manosphere. I can hear you.
Why black men have booted women?
No, why black women have invaded the manosphere.
Why they haven't dated them?
Oh God.
Yeah, like why we here? Why we up in this piece? All up in their business.
Personally, they're not easy to reason with. Just from a level-headed standpoint. Because I'm not one of those black women that's hard to get along with or doesn't understand everybody's journey. I'm objective in how I approach stuff, but I have been attacked by weirdos on these panels. Flat out. They try.
That didn't answer the question at all of why are you here? I'm this, and I'm this, and my shit smells like marshmallow brownies, and for whatever reason, I have been attacked. Why in the fuck are you here is the question. You didn't answer that. Why are you here? Well, because I'm this, and look at my red beret. But I've been attacked. Why in the entire fuck are you here? Especially now knowing that you're attacked. I don't know this shit.
To find issues with women because their issue is with their mirror.
Because their issue is with their mirror. The only time I have an issue with the mirror is when it's a fat ass bitch behind me. That's the only time I really have an issue with the mirror. What in the fuck is this mirror talk? Like real talk, what is this mirror talk? I think like everybody looks in the mirror every day. You know, if you brush your teeth or some shit like that, like, you know, you pretty much everybody looks at what they see in the mirror. Now, no matter how satisfied you are or aren't with it, still doesn't change the fact because we're talking about a community-wide issue. The issues itself. And notice the question that was posed to her was, why are black women in the manosphere? And her answer somehow is related to black men should look in the mirror. You see how they have these fucked up maggle go-to statements that just come out of nowhere and don't apply?
Oh.
Well,
That's just how I feel
Bianca,
about
are
it.
you taking shots, my dear?
No, it wasn't.
Research took some shots. Now Bianca taking shots.
It wasn't a shot. That was a direct hit. Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what, Bianca?
I'm just speaking myself.
You know what, Bianca? A long time ago, we tried to really kill a lot of this gender war stuff. More the older males and females. We tried to kill a lot of this gender stuff. And what would happen is new people would come in.
Here comes the boomer talk.
And they would figure out, I can make profit. And they would go through this whole thing. And it happened like every 3 years. A new person would pop up on the female side or the male side, from Egypt and on to who's not around, a couple other people. So it just really didn't matter. Every time we all tried to squash it, the elders of YouTube, here comes somebody new who realized, you know what, I'm low on my rent. And I can just start attacking. And what it created was, to your point, all these little minions who were like fresh out of high school, but to hell with these black men. And yeah, I just got in college.
I'm not sure if research is a boomer, but it sounds like a boomer when he said what we used to do. Whenever somebody exalt their efforts of their generation, only boomers do that shit. Even though it's the most failed generation ever, like, only boomers do that shit. You know, and they'll never say, well, what we used to do back in the day was sell our kids crack. And what we used to do back in the day is see a pregnant woman and sell her crack so we can make the high profit of $10. You know, they never say shit like that. I always say what we used to do back in the day, and it's just something like, we used to slay the dragon back in the day or some retard shit like that. So that's the boomer logic. So I guess people find Bianca attractive. That's really a material, but I see why that mentality, like, because she kind of came on like, I don't know what the topic is. And then it had to be explained to her. So she's just like, here, like, yes, look at my thumbnail picture. Therefore, my words have gravity. You see, here's the thing. In the real world, when attractive women speak, people listen. This is not the real world. And I'm not going to be enamored by whatever the fuck you got going on behind the screen or whatnot, because I'm not going to fuck you. So, like, no matter what is said or how much I placate to your desires, it will not end with my penis in one of your 3 holes. It's not. So why in the fuck?
But to hell with the and it became that. When you go to these other cultures on YouTube, they have nothing addressing each other to the level that we do it. And I think we've made it such a money thing now that people go out of their way to seek out panels just to keep spreading the hatred for one another. And it's ridiculous. A lot of these people are even when you look at a Cynthia G, you're pregnant by somebody, you should be trying to get your life together. No, she wants to sit up here, men this, black men that, black men that. And Crystalline Carrison, she went on for years talking about white men, but you can't even produce white husbands for these black women. It just comes to a thing where people are making so much, couple of $1,000 that they just don't know how to turn it off. And now people are attacking for fun.
Drama sells.
Yeah, see, that's weird to me.
In order to keep a panel going.
And then that's on both sides. That's weird to me, coming from men and women. Like, honestly, like that panel that we were on together, Donnie, and we were talking about giving back to the community. And this goes to your point about talking about the children. We're specifically speaking about giving back to the children. And they're like, I have this mindset that somebody owes me something. I didn't say anything about me. I'm not a child. So it's just like, even your angle is skewed.
I think with that particular conversation, the conversation was, it seemed to me that like
dead set. Women have 8 holes, not 3. You one of these actually niggas. Are you putting your dick down a bitch's nostrils? God damn it.
a lot of dudes didn't want to clean up after a woman who went out and had kids by a nigga who they knew wasn't gonna take up for their kid, right? So they didn't want to be complicit in the that whole shenanigans. My whole thing is the kid has nothing to do with anything, and if you're in a position to help out the next generation, that's where we should be focused, because the next generation is the one that's going to uplift and hold on, right? Everybody is pushing for the legacy of their community to go on forward. In our community, motherfuckers don't want nothing to do with it. They just want to be talking shit and try to get some views. It's insane to me.
To that point, Donnie, most of the dudes who had those complaints were helped as a child also.
You think so?
No, I know most of them, because most of the dudes behind the scenes, we've had so many conversations over the years. Behind the scenes, you have a lot of dudes who would say at some period of time that somebody has assisted them or somebody.
Now, it's still not about the children. Let's be clear. This is about YouTube niggas who they feel is not doing enough about the children. It's always about the niggas.
Outside of their family structure. And what's amazing is, like I said, there's a passion and a crack cocaine addiction to wanting to get a YouTube pat on the back. That you're willing to put out the same message 700 times in a 3-year period just for profit.
There's YouTubers who I've never been on a panel with. I'm going to say that again. YouTubers I've never been on a panel with, who I just figured out who they are based on other interactions, and they portray a whole different person from what they are, and people are following them.
Exactly.
No, I'm just...
Like it's absolutely insane to me, and I don't want to get into specifics, but if some of the YouTubers that y'all have listened to and followed and liked and subscribed to, you knew who they were in real life, you would just log the fuck off and call it a day.
Look. Let me just say, as a seasoned vet, we've had popular YouTubers who turned out to be child rapists, and people were glorifying them. You have female YouTubers who were begging for donations to help.
All right. Now we are on some YouTuber bash campaign. There were popular YouTubers that turned out to be child rapists. It's shit like this is goddamn. Every time you bring up the elephant in the bitch, look at how long this conversation is being derailed. Now they're just talking about YouTubers. We need to talk about the kids. And speaking of the kids, YouTubers aren't talking about kids, child rapists, and shit. This shit is fucking pathetic.
Her and her daughter move to another apartment. Popular people.
But what are they talking about? Are they talking about wellness, or are they having
no? They're talking about just the whole gender thing.
You niggas are talking about people who talking about the gender thing. Who's more useless? It is an actual problem, no matter how much it has to be discussed. It is an actual. It's not like it went away.
Yeah, but they'll come in. It's a lot of people who are living life like shit, but will come and portray something totally different, but then have the nerve and the audacity to pass judgment on people who aren't perceived doing better than them. And so I think that's a huge part of the problem.
It's the thing like this, Dan. I've had the conversation with you to where we were talking about a particular YouTuber a bunch of people follow. We've never been on the panel with this person. So we'll just get that out there. Niggas is following him, but this nigga live with his mama.
Yeah, so how so just explain to me, how is that judgment? If
now they're really just talking about YouTubers. Oh, this nigga lives with his mama? Oh no, he don't live with his mama. There's a YouTuber out there that lives with his mama. Well, we should stop listening to their sector of YouTube and start listening to the people who are talking about the YouTubers who are talking about people, because, you know, he lives with his mama. Nigga, I will learn fucking kung fu fighting from a homeless man if he was a kung fu fighter.
If a grown adult, and Donnie's a man like I'm a man, okay? And especially if Donnie's a warrior, and he goes out here and really, really competes against like-minded males who are not in our ethnicity. That's a mental warrior. How is it shaming? How is it judgment if you're saying...
Y'all hear the self-aggrandizing? The seasoned vet, the warrior. So basically, this is what you call like bonobo behavior. The whole alpha male, you know, I want to best other men type shit. I want to hog the mic as much as possible. Fuck the issues. It's all about bringing attention to my greatness. And other YouTubers just may be child rapists and, you know, all kind of other shit. Just saying. Live at home with their mama, 2 divorces. I'm just like throwing as many shots to other potential alphas as possible so I can be seen as the champion of the big penis.
And to another person, male or female, come out from the protection of your mama.
Hello.
Really live what you talk.
Because the thing. Let me say this real quick. The thing is, it's like with people do those types of things, it's like there's no judgment to tell them, but we don't handle each other any drugs. We do things to embarrass each other as opposed to
like call them child rapists
to a person behind the scene and try and say encourage them behind the scenes. What we'll do is like, motherfucker, you live with your damn mama. How the fuck you gonna tell me something when you can't even get up off the couch? Like we're cruel to each other.
Because a lot of times they're speaking with such absolutism, such concrete authority, and it's like, but are you living that? It's like when I say to people, what do you do for a living? And you got a lot of cats that can't even tell you what they do. You should be proud about whatever career or whatever that you do. Go ahead.
Yeah, but this is the internet.
Okay,
so when people ask that, it's an automatic disqualifier is what they're looking for. They're looking to auto disqualify you. They're looking to say some shit like, you know, okay, yeah, you do have a good point, you know, about such and such and such and such. This is a problem, but what do you do for a living? Oh, well, I'm a nurse. Oh, so you're not a doctor. It's that type of shit. You know, it's that, like, what does that have to do with anything? If there's a problem, there's a problem. There's a global warming problem. And so what do you do for a living? It doesn't really fucking matter.
I disagree with that people will try to take the job down.
Is it with the quality of both men and women that are produced in the Black community?
I'm trying to figure out.
Now, y'all hear that? It's a very straightforward question. Is there a problem with the quality of Black men and Black women? Define that. There wasn't a that. Like the nouns were was Black man and woman. Do you need a definition for that? Like, what part required a definition? They want to evade basic questions because they know that it's going somewhere, and they do not have the foresight of seeing where. So they're skittish, but which means that they're dishonest. They want to know if this is the proper place to tell a lie or the truth. Like, oh, and if it is a lie, then what lie is required? I don't know where you're going with this. It doesn't matter. All right, let's play it.
Yeah, but I mean, presented, please.
So I see what he's doing. I see what he's doing. If we're looking at the people, we have a large population of children being born out of wedlock. They have no directional guidance from the father. So there are women who are looking for attention from a male figure that end up on OnlyFans. There are men that end up in bad situation because they think or they have a bad representation or idea of what man is. So yes, we have a lot of generational curses that need to be broken.
And if that's the line that you're talking about that Donnie is saying, I'm going to say the same thing for the male side. You got dudes that know they can't afford a lawyer. You got dudes that know they don't.
Yep. Now, of course, he's going to try to balance it for them. Always do that. It's not just an individual group problem. It's always, they always try to equate it to other groups. I just have to say that it's on the male side too. I didn't really exclude or say that. No, Jessica.
What the hell a lawyer got to do with it, bro? What the hell a lawyer got to do with it? That was stupid, man.
Well, it's gonna get worse, but basically he's saying you're gonna have guys who can't afford a lawyer because apparently, according to him, if you get married, you should have money to prepare for your own divorce.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm listening now, DC. I'm listening, bro. That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's you gotta hear this. I don't, like I wish I could make people like this up, because then I'd be like a TV writer or something like that. But
yeah,
have any type of really good bank account, just out there throwing their nut sacks everywhere, knowing that can get you in trouble, knowing that can get you. So it's on both sides, just like Donnie said. It's on the female side and it's on the dude side.
Good question for both sides. All right, so will these things be true? No matter what economic condition of the person who brings it to the forefront has.
Well, before you go for that, don't answer that. Wait a minute, GC. We're gonna final like they can answer the question and wrap it up because we got to go.
So with these things, if despite the person who's telling these facts, meaning that if a person says I don't know, down, would you say you live with your mama nigga, or would you actually probably take heed to what he said?
I'm a grown ass. I can't live with my mom and my dad because I was too long.
did y'all hear that? Basically, a rich or a poor man says it, and his answer to that, me pointing that out, is that I can't. I don't understand why a grown man live with his mama.
Yeah, that's a tactic they use to try to shame people. So you're right on that.
Right. Okay. They're discrediting. That's what they use to discredit a person. It's an ad hominem. They're attacking a person. So yeah, if a person says anything, if a person says that the coronavirus is deadly, nigga, you live with your mama.
Right.
But I'm saying the same. So these are people that are saying the same thing that they just admitted to.
Yep. But I don't understand why the hell they keep going on and off in circles. And I noticed that you catch it every time, just like the question you just asked them. They not applying logic to it. What the fuck were you living with your mama got to do with a damn coronavirus? That's some stupid shit to say, bro. That's really stupid
thing. Especially if a point is made by somebody who lives with his mama and they invalidate it for the fact that he lives with his mama. What about the people who don't live with their mama who say the same thing? Especially if you two just said the same thing. But
So there's no answer. I think that we're focusing.
Just saying.
Oh,
Yeah, two wives can be in the same joint.
That's not an answer.
Yeah.
Side of if the person isn't taking care of their parents, I don't see why they would still be living with them.
Yeah, no, we get that. But what I'm saying is, does that mean
It's three people. That wasn't the question, but yet they like, oh, I can't live with my mom. Yeah, outside of taking care of you, live with your mom. What the? I don't know. Sometimes some people, and people wonder why I just get frustrated sometimes. Like the other night on Coolest playing like the same question over and over again. Why would a man that makes six figures sleep with a single mom? Well, because they have a vagina and they're attractive. Yeah, but why would a man? Shit gets so fucking annoying sometimes. So just
you talking about Tyler when he kept asking. You talking about Tyler when he kept asking, well, why would you mess with a single mother? Because she's a woman and I'm a man, and if she's attractive and available, so be it. That has nothing to do with it. That's crazy.
And then repeating the question is, I don't know what to do in conversations like that. So Jessica, I see what you mean when you say how off-putting it, how you can't date guys of,
It's basically pointless. It's frustrating actually trying to have a conversation with someone who clearly is not on the same level of intelligence as you are. And
right.
Even worse, dumb people. That's why I don't even say it to be rude, but I just find them really frustrating. I can't deal with them. And I was there. I witnessed what was going on the panel with you and that guy. And he did exactly what you said. You gave him an answer and he's like, but why though? And then you explained it to him even further. And he's like, but still, why? I don't get it. And it's like, you're really never going to get it. You don't have enough going on up top to even comprehend, what you were saying. He doesn't have the ability to comprehend it. There's no point.
Yeah.
Right. But you know what? He's done it.
After the first time, you even said, oh, yeah, I get it. But he just, it was like 3 or 4 times. I don't know.
Yeah. But see, he's been in these spaces and it's starting to really get to him where he's hearing these talking points and not knowing in real life a man's going to mess with a woman regardless. Like a lot of people get caught up in these spaces and really take this shit, bro, and say, oh, I really can't stand certain women, but in the real reality, man, you meet people for what it is,
Do you know what? I think with him, he was... Sorry, GC.
No, go for it. Go for it, Jessica.
I was just going to say he seemed young, immature.
Yeah.
He sort of lacked... I think we're the same age, but still, he seems very immature. He lacks life 24. Experience. And it was more, basically, what you said earlier, where someone's trying to show bravado on the panel. Right. And he's trying to make a certain impression and he's full of bravado. And that's what it came across as to me. And in the end, he just ended up looking silly. Everyone just looking at him like, what the fuck? So it kind of backfired on him, but it was bravado.
True. I mean, yeah, Ty's my dude, but try to stay away from tactics like that. It doesn't work to your advantage in the end. All right, let's continue with this. And it's not going to work to these guys' advantage either.
Make what they're saying false, because they're saying the same thing that they are that Research and Donnie are, and that there is problems in the Black community.
Well, I think that context and transparency and integrity is important because it comes down to transparency, integrity, and context. A lot of people are flawed. It does.
Does anybody know what did she mean by transparency in this?
I think she was just talking just to be
transparency, and it doesn't make sense here.
Yeah.
So unless there's like a slang term for it, I think that much of what she was saying didn't make any fucking sense.
Well, you forgot, GC, when she first came on, the guy did say, I just want to say hey to Bianca, which is pathetic. It really was, man. Oh, man, that was...
So, like, what would be transparent about? Like, if you are aware that he lives with his mama, then that he was transparency.
Exactly.
integrity. I mean, like
the thing about,
go for it.
the thing about it is, I heard this stream, and I liked how you stayed, on topic, and it's like they couldn't keep up mentally with what you was trying to say. You was actually trying to put logic in it, common sense, and they kept going around and around, and the kids and this and that and YouTubers, when it was really clean cut. You see what I'm saying? So I would say, man, that these people have to learn how to think before they speak. They just on a panel talking, and it's not making any sense. That's why I come to your channel a lot, bro, because they don't maintain balance on their panels. At least you will tell us, Zach, hold on, bro. Let people finish. Go for it. Stuff like that. They don't even do that. She's talking about transparent. I mean, if the guy lived with his mother and you know it, it's nothing more transparent. What are you going to do? Lie via FBI agent and lie about it? Like,
right.
Yeah. I think a lot of people do need to think more before they say things. But it just comes down to people get on the panel just to waffle sometimes. They have no real point to make, but they just want to get up and join the conversation. And they could just sit there and talk for hours about absolutely nothing. And when you listen and you're trying to get the concepts and points that they're trying to make, there is no point. There are no concepts. They're literally talking about nothing. And that's why, because, okay, no, sorry, I don't want to.
No, go for it.
No, because I was going to move on to women being in the manosphere, but I'd rather you just finish your analysis of the video.
Okay.
And then
Maybe after we can
discuss
because
it.
it's only like 30 seconds left on this. Because I mean, the point I'm getting at is just how they evade topics. But so
let me say one more thing. Let me say one more thing, GameChanger. Mr. Risa.
We're talking about and what position that they're speaking from. If you're telling me that I'm irresponsible and you live with your parents because you have a bad credit score, you can't talk to me about being irresponsible. So
Right.
Okay.
What the fuck? What?
Nobody is saying that she's irresponsible. The question was about, is there a problem about making quality Black men and women in the Black community? And if you're telling me I'm irresponsible, you see, so they are getting defensive. They are internalizing and personalizing this thing. And that's why they're getting defensive. And they look for a reason to not heed the advice of the person. And then they bring up a straw person, because I'm pretty sure that there are people who don't live with their parents and have good credit that agree. So it's really a mute point,
That's important.
We're irresponsible.
Right. And I give the same answer. It is false. It is false. It is.
But I mean, does that make you? I don't get it.
I'm not saying that the information isn't valid. I'm saying that it
Because
doesn't
that's not
have a
valid.
solid foundation.
Because Bianca trying to say because the person has not.
You guys have to talk one at a time.
Well, GC is. I don't get it, man.
And don't make no other show.
I mean, because what it boils down to is some of us are looking for.
I hate it when people like this say I don't get it. That's the worst part.
That's crazy.
At the end of the day, it's all about who's coming at me and what they're coming at me with. And if you're coming at me with something that isn't present in your life and it's not valid and founded, like rooted in your existence, then you can't come at me with that because I'm going to peel you apart.
All three of us are saying it's false. The question equals false because if you don't have if your theory, let's just put opinions aside. We're all supposed to be mathematical. If your theory cannot apply to your Monday morning, then how can I go to Bianca and tell her XYZ and I have...
This nigga said we're all supposed to be mathematical.
Now he's taping for Bianca. Wow.
But what does that even mean?
But go ahead.
But this isn't a topic of math. This is not a mathematical discussion.
Exactly. But you know what, GC? This would be the same guy to say new people come in these spaces and they just want to talk. So I don't know.
We're all to be mathematical. What in the hell? How does that apply?
Yeah, how the hell do math got to do with? I don't understand that, but you're right on that.
I haven't even put the theory to test. How can I come down on what Donnie is doing, and I've never even got at that level or been at that level in his industry? So yeah, it's false. And on top of that, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time for somebody who has not conquered what they're talking about. That goes all the way to back.
So you actually have to be the president before you can say that the president is fucking up.
What? Conquer? What the fuck is he talking about? Oh God!
Africans and the Greeks. You're supposed to conquer what you think about. That's the reason why.
I'll take it a step further. A lot of these conversations with women, motherfuckers is mad about the conversation they have with women because they can't get the woman to do what they want to.
Oh God damn!
You live with your mama.
What? Oh my God!
God damn! This.
Why would he do that?
You don't have any real responsibility to doing anything. So is it any wonder that this woman who's looking for a man to produce protection, some kind of value to her, that she don't want to fuck with you, and you stay with your mama and you got green teeth because you don't brush your teeth on a daily basis? Yeah, of course she don't want to fuck with you.
Or you divorced 2 or 3 times and you got 2 or 3.
Okay. What? I don't know if they're talking about a green teeth nigga out there that lives with his mama. I don't know. But I'm never divorced. My teeth are not green, and I can't live with my mama. So why in the fuck are they just bringing up these straw men?
Because they can't compete with you intellectually. Compete intellectually.
I feel like that was a child. I'm just saying.
You got a lot of people that have not conquered what they're talking about, and it's like, how can you waste 30, 40 minutes, and then you have no experience in that lane, and then as it relates to women, a woman to follow, no inexperience, philosophical, read 2 books, but I applied the philosophy. I don't know about that.
What's the major point right now? Go to the Dominican Republic, you get you one. Right. So niggas have never been.
Okay, now he's talking about Dominican Republic, and he's talking about niggas that's
oh my God.
But I mean, I've been there, so I don't. So they're creating like straw man when the actual man is there. So
but it's not going to work.
It's so frustrating. Yeah, it doesn't work on anybody except. And then when they get together, it's like Wonder Twins, like an activating. They just feed off of each other's stupidity. They think they could just add IQ points and then become a genius. I swear. All right. So what's on your mind, Justin? Because you said.
You know what, GP, I give you credit. Intellectual apprehension.
Well, I mean, I
I'm
couldn't
sorry.
keep over you. It was like 3 of them. They just kept like taking turns interrupting anything and agreeing and, like giving hand jobs to each other. Oh yeah, I couldn't do that. He lived with his mama. Like other one would say that there's certain type of ignorance that you just can't, attack.
I agree. They could at least use common sense and stuff that you was asking.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't really comment on what you were talking about in that clip because I couldn't hear it. It was choppy for me, really choppy for some reason.
Yeah,
but
it was. I heard it too. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, I saw the title, and it was about black women invading the manosphere, and I've realized now it's sort of like a hot topic. It's controversial about whether or not women should be allowed in this space. And when I first came to this space, all the spaces that I went to, there were women there. So I didn't realize that it was a controversial subject in the beginning, but as I've been here longer, I start to see that not everyone agrees with it. And I see it on both sides. You know, I can see why people don't agree with it and why they do. Why they don't, because there are a lot of women who come here and they bring absolutely nothing to the table. They serve no purpose for being here, you know, and they fall into different categories. So you've got the wafflers, so the people that just like to get on a panel and talk about absolutely nothing, but feel like, you know, they're part of the community. And then you've got the others who come here purely for attention. There's a few of those, you know, they come here purely to get their ego stroked. And then you've got the catfishes, which I'm not quite sure what their agenda is. And then you've got, on the other side, why I agree that women should be here is because you do have a few people who actually bring sensible arguments to the table, right?
Right.
In the anti-women category, they say that when a woman gets on the panel, it sort of disrupts the natural order of things, right? And that it leads to men just showing out and showing off and acting up. But to me, I see that anyway, even when women aren't on the panel, that the natural element that men have, which is male dominance, so that dominance factor still exists even when it's purely just men on the panel. You still see that. So it goes back to what I was talking about earlier with the whole bravado thing, and everyone's trying to prove their manliness. I don't know if that's a byproduct of women being on the panel. And let's say even if it was a byproduct of women being on the panel, surely, okay, in real life, if you're practicing what you preach on these panels in real life, you're going to have to know how to be consistent and be the same way with women. Then you're going to meet women in real life. You're going to have to practice this with women at some point. So whether a woman is on a panel or, you know, in the chat or whether it's outside, you're going to have to deal with women. Having women on the panel just sort of puts that element into practice as well. Like, how do you actually stand up when you're in front of women trying to practice your philosophy?
Exactly. But you know,
well, I mean,
go ahead, brother.
So everything you see, Jessica, you're seeing the actual sucked in gut, and you always will. So that's, you know, whether you're on the panel or in the chat room, you're always going to see men sucking in their gut because that's what they do when women are around. You know, they don't. Yeah. So, you know, that's and I think that changes the natural flow of the conversation, but that happens whether a woman is on the panel or not.
Yeah, but you know what? Go ahead.
Well, I do think that certain men, that a lot of in this space don't really know how to handle the company, virtual or otherwise, of women, and that's why you will see their narrative quickly change the more female attention that they get. But it's not just that, and I don't know why. There's a lot of like flirting and attempted seductions and shit like that going on in the background, even with me. And I don't even have a picture up, so I found out a little bizarre. But I noticed that too, and I think that this is done deliberately. Well, so Bab apparently was hitting on Epic. And Epic called her out on the very channel.
Yeah,
I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Zach.
Remember that.
So, you know, shit like that happens. Hold on real quick. Shit like that happens, and if Epic was less of a person, he might just change his narrative. Like, oh no, it's you know, there's no such thing as a ratchet black woman. You know, it's no such thing. You know, because he's saying that while trying to get into someone's pants. You know, so of course he would change his narrative to something that he wants to hear, knowing that his love interest is listening.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
do you know what? I get
because
that because
for the same reason, I don't go for it.
Yeah, I've seen that actually from the moment that I came here. Being a woman, you can see when someone else is trying to use their womanly charm, shall we say. Okay, so I definitely get that. I get that there are women who come here with ulterior motives, whether it's sort of to turn people over to the other side, which could have very well be the case with BAP, you know, or any other agenda. There are women who come here with ulterior motives. So, you know, and the flirting, some women are here to find men. We know that there have been, through things that have been made public in the manosphere lately, I won't mention names, but we know that there are people who are meeting up and trying to make relationships with people that they've met in this forum. So it happens, you know. That's why I say there are women who are here for attention, for no other purpose. They just see that it's a place that's inundated with men, and you know, you can come here and get so much attention if that's what you really wanted. But I personally, I try and keep everything that I do very straight and narrow, so I don't indulge in those sort of things. There are certain comments that I ignore. I know in the background I'm not, you know, flirting or have any intentions of anything like that with anyone. And I'm sure there are a couple. I can't be the only woman that's like that. I think there must be more like me.
But see,
I think you know what, there are certain signs that I always say of women who that is their intention. So one, when they do have that intention, so you can see certain people, they never really jump on the panel. And the reason that they don't jump on the panel is one, because they're a catfish and they're probably a man. You know, I do think there are male catfishers parading as women here. And two, because they don't care to get on the panel. They don't care to actually discuss any of the topics that are at hand. They're only here for the attention. The topics are irrelevant. The conversations are irrelevant. All of that stuff is irrelevant. They might throw in a little, you know, comment on it here and there, but overall, they couldn't really care less about what's going on the panel. And you can see that if you just observe them, because I'm a watcher, you know, like I said it before, I like sort of psychology. I like watching people, figuring things out and just going a little bit deeper. And so I watch what people do. And to me, it's very clear who is who. And I think it should be clear to other people as well.
Yeah, it's not always, but yes, it's true. And yeah, I mean, they're on both ends. Listen, we have a platform where men voice their concerns about primarily mating selection, which on the outside it would seem like a prime place for a woman to find a mate, because if he's frustrated with the mating market, then you know, I can find a mate here. I don't really see anything wrong with that at all. In fact, you know, it's probably a healthy thing. That's why I was suggesting Ed to Jessica, or not. I'm sorry, Ed to Beth. You know, I mean, he was interested, so that's why I made that suggestion. But you know, I don't really see anything wrong with that. I mean, but don't forget that there was a problem. You know, like kind of like if you're in the Great Depression, you know, and then somebody offers you a job, don't forget that there is still a Great Depression. It didn't end the moment somebody said you're hired. You know.
Yeah. And that's why I was about to say I don't necessarily agree with it, because of that reason, because it distracts people from the purpose through which they actually came here. You came here for a reason, like you said with the Great Depression analogy. You came here for a reason. And on top of that, it also attracts more people who really aren't here to solve a problem. They're just sort of background noise, and all of that distracts from the actual topics that we're trying to discuss. So that's why I'd sort of say stay clear of of that sort of element. If you're a guy, you shouldn't be your intention to come here and try and meet women. If you're a woman, it shouldn't be your intention to come here and meet men. I'd say particularly if you're a woman, it shouldn't be your intention to come here and meet guys.
Why particularly if you're a woman? Yes.
Because this is actually a male space, you know, and as a man, you're here and okay, you might see a woman and think, oh, her personality, she looks good, this, that, the other. But as a woman, you are invading that male space. You are, you know, so for me, I see it differently. You're invading the male space and you're coming here for the purpose of finding someone to be with. I don't look at that. I don't rate that highly. Just in my opinion.
You know, they call me a simp, and I was taken because I said at least Jessica add to the conversation. At least she know how to be. Can you hear me?
Can you hear Zach?
No.
Okay, I'll leave and come back out.
I'll pop out.
Well, yeah, Jessica hop out. Zach. She'll be back. But go ahead and say what you were saying.
I was saying they call me caping in a simp because I said, you know, Jessica cool. She actually adds to the conversation. She shows up. At least she can keep up, and it's not nothing extra, you know. And as far as the panel you hopped on with Concrete Rolls and I gotta give you credit, bro. I would have been hopped off the panel because they wasn't making any sense. It's like, see, the thing about it is people look at the wrong things, you know? Like, a lot of people in the chat, you know, they talk a lot of shit. And sometimes I usually stick to what I'm watching. I usually say, oh, what's up, GameChanger? Peace to the panel and stuff like that. But a lot of people, they just come, you know, to try to cause confusion. It's about having an honest conversation. People with sense, who know how to read, who understand, that's what it's about. So I don't get caught up in it. Like a lot of it, like it was one guy, he was saying some shit about Jessica, and I was like, I like Jessica, she cool, you know? Like I said, she adds to the conversation. Oh, you taping, you simping, yada yada. I'm like, okay, but that's not, and that's not half of the guys who really be in the chat actually thirsty, throwing themselves at women verbally. The shit is pathetic. It really is. It really is.
Yeah. I'm not entirely against it. I mean, you know, meet somebody compatible wherever you find them. You know, I probably wouldn't recommend looking for them here, especially if you're a content creator, because, you know, it does distract from your craft or whatever. But if you find it, then don't ignore it simply because of where you met the person.
And I agree with that.
That's what
I think the key thing is that we have to remember in regards to that point is it shouldn't be your intention. So your intention,
right,
through coming to this space should not be to find a partner. You know, if it happens, then it happens, but that shouldn't be why you come here. Which I believe it is the reason that some people come here. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like a person like myself, I mean, if would I be able to, you know, say feminists are not women and therefore don't deserve our love and respect when you have two feminists on the thing? If I were trying to fuck them, you know, it would definitely interfere with my message. Fortunately, I'm not trying to fuck them. Therefore, I say whatever the fuck I want. Nor am I trying to fuck Bianca, so I could say whatever I want there. You know, it does change your message if you're trying to fuck the people. If you're trying to fuck the audience.
Yeah, of course it is. It's going to taint your message, and it's going to taint the stance that you take. I get that. I get that it does happen, but I don't know. It just comes down to, in my head, I'm thinking, but surely as a content creator, you would be wiser than that. You'd be wiser than to just wouldn't you think that there's an ulterior motive to someone trying to pursue you? Especially, okay, GC, for you when someone hasn't even seen you, do you not think that it would be weird for someone to try and pursue you even though they haven't seen you? Or do you think sometimes, because you said women try and pursue you in the background, do you think that these women have ulterior motives when they're doing that? Or do you think it's genuine?
Some is genuine, and some are obvious ulterior motives. Some is genuine because and I have sent my picture out, but some are genuine simply because, how can I say this? Some women are sapio, and looks aren't as important to women, so I get that. Others, you can tell that it's not. And these are the ones who I never heard from. Okay, so if you are championing the cause directly, then it's obvious that, we have that in common, and perhaps that might lead to romantic interest. That's not really, false. You're not trying to pull the narrative in your direction. And then others just like, GC, and, look at these titties, and it's not really nothing to look at. Right. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
I mean,
so you can distinguish between the two.
Not 100% accurately, but pretty close. Yeah.
Yeah. I suppose so.
Yeah.
I think.
Go for it.
No, I was just going to say. I think maybe you're more observant than other people, and not everyone else would necessarily be able to do the same. So again, it goes back to me seeing why people don't want women in the manosphere for that reason, because not everyone is able to distinguish between the genuine and the non-genuine. And I can see that just through observing sort of interactions, that some people can't tell when a woman is being disingenuous or whether she's being genuine. I can see that some men struggle with that.
Well, that's why I focus on level 2, because there are levels of deception that men simply are not prepared for. Obsidian talks about the overt black female fuckery, and that's pretty much obvious. If a chick has her stomach out fighting on the bus, I mean, it's pretty obvious to say don't fuck with her. But I mean, there is a level of deception, that black men aren't prepared for, and that's because black women didn't really have to develop that type of sophistication in recent generations. They could just do whatever they want and know somebody will fuck them. So, and I think that we're going to get an influx of this type of women with, economic concerns. And then you have like the Michelle Pinks of the world, like get your bag. And, it's we have to prepare for, this new influx. So that's it. Yeah.
For the new model, basically.
What happened?
I was going to say for the new, more sophisticated model, for the one who does what they do a lot better. Yeah. Because I can see it's not always. It's okay to me. It's obvious, but I think it's because I'm a woman, so it's always going to be a bit more obvious to me. But to men, it's probably not as obvious. I get that.
Well, fortunately for me, I'm a nerd, so what happens for me is that women who are interested in me, they project the image that they think I want to see. So I'm kind of used to that. In fact, a large portion of my mating life has been, women who were obviously not what they appear, but they were, because I'm not only am I a nerd, I'm visually a nerd, which means that most people can look at me, and if I'm dressed in a way that makes me feel comfortable, can tell that this is what I am. So so there's that, and if a woman is interested, she will come at me in a way that she thinks that I don't know better. But since it's happened so often in my life, I could kind of see it coming a mile away. They come straight with the level 2. They know I'm not. You can look at me and tell I'm not gonna fuck with no level 1 shit. You can. Most chicks will know that I'm not a nigga that'll just stick his dick anywhere. you know. And this isn't like, you know, I'm the handsomest nigga alive, but you know, you as a woman, you know when a man has standards.
Yeah, and I think if you, well, I don't know about real life, but if you even listen to your panels, then they would know that they're going to have to be, you know, a lot more sophisticated with what they're doing. They can't just come straight out, you know, they can't be overtly, what's the word? Overtly disingenuous.
Right. Right, exactly. You know, so that's how I was able to, you know, come up with level 2, because I mean a lot of guys aren't really prepared for, you know, a woman trying to deceive them, because, you know, they come with the take me as I am, because, you know, you take what you get. You know, a few women come at me with that.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest. So, you know, I have an intimate perception with level 2 on BFF.
Yeah. Well, I know you've sort of thought about it a lot, and you've from what you say, you've worked out a lot, and I get that. I feel if the manosphere was probably filled with more people with your mindset, then women being here wouldn't be as much of a problem.
Right.
You know, because you're able to handle it correctly, but I get that not everyone is able to handle it in the same way.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's why when you came on the scene, because you came on the scene on Fantastic's panel, and you didn't have a picture, and like the guys were just like fun. I'm like, wait a minute, we haven't vetted her yet.
Exactly.
Accent, and y'all just like going crazy, and you know, opening your wallets and shit. It's like, wait a minute, you know, she's on here, she's humble bragging, she's British, and you guys are just like, you know,
humble bragging.
Yeah, they were just starstruck, especially the guy who wanted to fly you out. What was that guy? Top Cat. He wanted to fly you out and buy you all these things.
Okay, no. Wait, let me just say, you sort of, everyone got onto Top Cats for that, but on my side, and I think on his side as well, we were just playing. He wasn't genuinely going to fly me out, you know. It was just a joke. We were just doing a little role play.
But the point GC making is, you haven't even vet her. Why even throw that out here? That's typical nigga shit. That's some fake, I got game, I can talk the way I want type shit. That's some nigga shit. A real decent guy won't say this stupid shit like that over the internet.
I could see why you might say that to people in the chat, but in Top Cat's defense, I think he was just role playing. You know, we were just going along with the role play to prove a point and make people sort of. It was just entertaining, and.
But he showed his hand though. You don't say those things when it's not realistic. Like, she all the way in another country, you on the damn panel, we all on the panel just having a discussion. The reason he would say that, because I can be wrong, you know, I didn't grow up with the guy, but in his real life he would do it. In his real life he would do it. That's why it was a go-to.
So Jessica, let's put it like this. If he said yes, would you say no? Or I'm sorry, if you said yes, would he say no?
If I said yes to what? Going to see him?
Yes.
I don't know. You'd have to ask him that. I don't know.
Okay. So we don't really know if he was genuine or not, but I really don't care, because that's, you know, that was a while ago, and you know.
Sure.
But yeah, so stuff like that concerns me, and you know, if all it takes is a, you know, avatar pic and an accent, and you know, brothers lose, you know, what was taught to them about protecting themselves, then that is definitely a concern.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
To me, again, it goes. Sorry, let me just quickly say, it goes back to the point of, you should have women there, because you need to teach people to overcome those hurdles. Because if they can't overcome it on the panel, just seeing like me as an avatar, they're definitely not going to be able to do it in real life. So it's almost like a practice session, you know. It's a practice session. That's almost how I look at it. It's going to prepare you for what you're going to encounter when you're outside.
And also, and this is very, very important. I don't think fellas really understand the woman's point of view, and I'm not talking about the Rashida Strober and the Sinji and things like that point of view. I think that fellas don't really understand that their nature isn't being fulfilled either. Brothers assume that because women have access to everything that men want, like limitless sexual opportunities with the opposite sex, for example, and an income. Um, I think that they assume that because women have that they're content, but they're not. And I think that it's important for fellas to really know that aspect of it,
Yeah.
too. And that's one thing that you won't be able to find out um, unless you have women on the panels and in the chat room, because it was obvious. Was it Miss Sparkles and Marina? It's obvious that they're not content. And
Yeah.
they will. Yeah, women will lie and say, oh, I have everything. Look at my career. I got my education and all this shit. It's like, look, I want the fellas to know that they're not entirely happy, and in some cases they're worse off than the fellas, because what fulfills men as men does not necessarily fulfill a woman. God damn, does not necessarily fulfill a woman's nature. It simply doesn't, and men need to know that. Go for it.
Because with in regards to what you said, okay, I have this career, I did this at uni, I feel like a lot of that is a facade. It's almost like yeah, it's just to show you, look, I am happy in my life, even if they're not. That's the facade that they put on, because to be honest, I rarely discuss my career and what I did at uni or anything like that. I barely talk about it, but for some other people, it's their fallback argument. Well, I'm doing this with my life and I did this and I'm going to do that. And yeah, it's like I said, it's a facade. And then going back to the first thing that you said, in that men don't always understand the way that women think, because okay, I hear men saying women have 500 men in their inbox, 500 men to pick from every day, and you're here complaining. Well, guess what? As a woman, we're not nearly anywhere as sexual as men are. For a man, it would be his dream to have 500 people in his inbox messaging him. But for a woman, it's not quite the same. We don't think in the same ways, and what we value is different. And as I said before, women would much rather have 3 people, 3 quality guys in their inbox rather than 500 random penises.
Well,
we're different in that sense.
The 497 others are distractions, and it's making it more difficult to find the other 3. So
exactly.
Yeah, no, I mean, I understand that, and which is why really platforms like Tinder and stuff like that are really just useless. I mean, she's not going to pick you out of 500, even if you're soulmates. Like, she wouldn't even know, because her screen doesn't even scroll down that far. So you're disguised.
If you go to the comment section right now, there'd be at least one person saying that I'm lying or disagreeing with me. And it just again goes to prove, is there someone? Oh my gosh, I knew it. I knew it. And I just knew it was going to happen, because I've seen it before. Men just can't comprehend that we do not think in the same way. And they're convinced that we want, like we're even worse than BAP. We want this 500 penis army. We want it all, it's like they've got that idea into their head, and you need to actually be able to listen to women and what they're telling you, because I don't think they have. They spent so long listening to other men tell them what they think women want. But basically what you get from that is what a man thinks. You don't actually get what a woman thinks.
No,
that's why you have to just...
They've been listening to that, and they have been listening to women lie about what they want. Take the Jabbar situation yesterday. Here you had Miss Sparkle lying to them about what she wanted, What did she say? Oh no, that's slavery. I don't want to cook. I don't want to clean. I don't want to. I don't want to. What was the other one? Respect. Like, oh, and he's like, oh yes, those things is what makes a woman a slave. Then she's like, oh yeah, but I cook because I'm Jamaican. It's like, so you actually do want to cook, and you actually do want to clean, and you actually do want a man that's worthy of your respect and submission. You're not gonna say that, but you do, and people like some brothers will fall for that lie. But the truth of the matter is, she wouldn't be here if she didn't.
Do you know? No. Do you know what, GC? I'm not even sure if I agree there. I'm not. What I saw going on with Jabbar yesterday was manipulation. That is manipulation. So no, just to try and turn as many people as they can. Listen, you need to realize what we're sort of doing here. It's like, it's all okay. I don't want to say a war, but it's two opposing sides. And what's the best thing to do if I'm on one side and you're on the other? I'm going to come over as, what's it called, like a Trojan horse in disguise, and try and take as many of your team as I can and bring them over to my team and make my team stronger. And so what she did was, she was being manipulative. So she came in with the, I can cook, I like to give respect, I like to do this, that, and the other. And he agreed. He was like, oh, she seems like a good woman. And so there she's already created that little bond. She knows as a woman, she's got that power over him. Right. So he's like, oh, there's a pretty woman. She's she's engaging with me. She's telling me what I want to hear, and she's agreeing with me. And then, exactly. and then the subtle changes in the conversation come, right? And she's like, oh, but I don't agree with this, that, and the other. That's like slavery. And because you've already had that initial interaction where you've been agreeing with each other, you almost want to keep on agreeing. And that's what he did. He carried on agreeing just to continue to get that acceptance of her. And when he did agree with her statement that was a bit off, what did she do? She gave him a pat on the head. Like, there's a good boy, a bit of reassurance. There's a good boy. That's it. And then she'll make another comment.
Right.
Exactly. It's manipulation. And then she'll make another sort of outlandish comment, this time a little bit more extreme, and see if he agrees with it. Oh, and he does. Okay, let me give him a bit more reassurance. And that's how you slightly turn someone over to your train of thought. That's manipulation. I could see it like clear as day. Well, and that's the thing. Yeah. Like, as a woman, you could observe those things because you know what other women do. Just as if I wanted advice on dealing with a guy, I'd probably go to another guy because you guys understand each other better and we understand each other better. So I could see yesterday, I could see that was manipulation. He just didn't see it.
Right. No, I mean, it's unfortunate, but true. I mean, and I want to prepare guys for that. So, and that goes back to what you say about guys act different when somebody that they want to fuck is near. He was sucking in his gut, or tucking in his balls.
Basically.
Yeah. I mean, he sees somebody that he wanted to put his penis in a profile picture, and he's like, okay, let me say and do exactly what she wants me to do. And even though this never worked for me in the past, maybe this would be that time.
Exactly. And that's why I think women should be here, because let me tell you something. If someone can be manipulated, like if I can manipulate someone through the chat, I can bet any amount of money on it. Once we're face to face, eye to eye, there is no way that you are going to be able to withstand that manipulation. There is no way you're going to be able to do it. And so you need to prepare yourself for the different levels. If you can withstand it, like in the chats and in the comment section, then you're a little bit more prepared to withstand it in real life. If you can sit in the comment section and observe what's going on, you're going to see the tactics that they use. So what I described to you about, is it Miss Sparkles yesterday? Now that I've told you what she was doing, you can look out for that next time. You can look out for those tactics and just see how they use that tactics. And then guess what? You're a little bit more prepared for when you see it next time. And that's what it is. Women being here actually gives you that preparation. You can see what they're doing with your very own eyes live there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true.
It's to me, it's a good thing.
Well, you know what I've come to realize about men, particularly black men, and this is a harsh truth. Many black men, probably even more than 50%, have never, ever in their entire life turned down a beautiful woman or girl.
Yeah.
And yeah, that means that they're highly vulnerable to it. I less so now, but as a younger man, I did place restrictions on myself. Not because I had a overwhelming abundance, but because I did have principles. One of the restrictions was I had, and this was like until like maybe like 25, I did this. I had a 2-year rule, plus or minus. So within 2 years of my age, plus or minus.
Okay.
So if I was 24, she would have to be 22 to 26 type deal. Which means that an attractive 20-year-old I would have to turn down. I had principles and I stuck to them. And perhaps that prepared me for, sometimes you're just going to have to do that.
Yeah.
As much as you don't want to, sometimes you're just going to have to do that. Now, of course, I don't do that now, and I would go out with, say, someone Beth's age, like 28, or my girl's 30, and so that doesn't really apply now. But I'm just saying, having something like that really puts you in motion on that.
Exactly, and it's penis control. It's
Yeah,
having standards, and
exactly.
a lot of people cannot practice penis control. They just don't know how to do it, or they don't have standards. They say that they've got these standards in place, but then let a woman come along who's pretty, but she meets none of those standards, they'll still fall for it. And
Exactly.
that's where, the element of penis control comes in. And so I do think a lot of guys could benefit from practicing penis control. And I get it, it's harder because men, as I said before, they're a lot more sexual. And so
True.
it's much harder for them to turn down something that they find sexually appealing. As for women, it's a lot easier, we're
True.
not really
Yeah,
as
you have
sexually
more.
focused.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so now this is the thing. You said that it's hard for a guy to turn down a beautiful woman, right?
It is. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And it's like sometimes I don't even fully agree that you have to turn her down, right? You could fulfill whatever desire you have, but you have to be in the right mindset to make sure that that sexual desire does not affect where you are mentally. So if you're going to let's go back to the Miss Sparkles thing. You can't let your desire to
Hold on
have
right quick.
sex
Hold on right quick. Hold that, Jessica. All right, Slick. You just did a real large cash app. I appreciate it, but you got to get rid of that last comment, bro. Thank you for the large cash app. You said, hold on. Let me bring my text message up. But you got to get rid of that last comment. I thank you to do that. For the nerds, nerds are people too fun. I appreciate you. Deborah, I appreciate your cash app. But yeah, need you to get rid of that comment, man. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you can fulfill your sexual desire, but it shouldn't be at the sake of your philosophy or your standards.
Whoa.
You can't compromise the way that you think to fulfill your sexual desire.
Exactly.
I think that's the key point. And some people can't do that, and if you can't, then you're better off practicing penis control and just turning it down altogether. If you can separate the two, then indulge, but don't compromise your standards and your philosophy in order to get sex. I think that's the key point that I'm trying to get across.
No, I agree. I give another example, right? This wasn't me practicing penis control, although I've been in situations like this. So my older sister is at least was and still is reasonably an attractive woman. And at this time we were teenagers. We were on the bus, and I was there with my boys, and my friend's older brother. He's seen her. He was mighty interested, and so he went to go over that way. Now he has a lot of women. I mean, he was older, so he was in the senior class, but he was really adept at in the ladies in that area. So I was like, hey, no, that's my sister. So he had to turn it down. You practice that type of discipline, like
standards, discipline, yeah.
Exactly. So sometimes if you grew up with these boundaries, fellas, I mean, I'm not saying it's easy, because it's never going to be easy, but you got to have something in you that makes you want to turn down attractive women, whether it's a refusal to be with married women, or what have you. You have to have that in you. I can't stress the importance of that enough. Or else you're just vulnerable to it. And then you hear these stories about these chumps that a woman get to murder her husband, like these beautiful women who are married to a rich guy, and she's like, I will be with you and be your love slave for the rest of your life, but if it wasn't for my husband, and then the guy goes out and kills, you hear, it's a trope. It's like a 80s movie trope, but still, don't be that guy. I know it's harder for some than others, especially if you.
The thing is, we have.
I think it depends largely on the social setting that you grew up in. I grew up in one where things were frowned upon. Just because it was off code, like it would have been off code for him to just pop up my sister like that, and it would. So if you grew up in that situation, and then it'll be off code for me as a 16-year-old to mess with like a 13-year-old. So even though it's legal, it's just off code. So having that code probably helps shape who I am, and I know that a lot of people grow up in times and places where the only code to abide by is whoever gets the most pussy. It doesn't matter what she looks like or anything like that, Oh, of course,
standards
was off code too. I mean, have a code, and stick to it. Mine was particularly rigid. No married chicks. Of course, no fat bitches, and I had the 2-year rule. I mean, I really had a lot. I had partners who had it worse though. Only girls who is in or has been to college. Like there were, Cali is no joke when it comes to shit like that. Like brothers with codes. Some dudes.
You just got to think.
Go for it.
Sorry. Well, I was just going to say, it makes sense because we have standards and codes that we abide by for every other element of our life. There are things that we wouldn't stand for in friendship, in work scenarios, in financial matters. So why would you not have standards and a code that you abide by sexually? When it comes to your sexual standards, you should implement that in every area of your life.
Right, exactly.
And maybe if you liken it to maybe something like money, then people would understand. You wouldn't just go around willingly giving away money, just for the sake of it. You have standards when it comes to your money. So you should have standards when it comes to your sex life as well.
True. Daryl, it's not that. And I think you're referring to the 2-year rule code that I had. It's not that I was more mature then. It's just that I can't really apply that now because I still want to have children. And the 2-year rule really wouldn't help me in that regard at all. So I genuinely can't apply that as far as my long-term mating goals. So I had to become more laxed in that department, and you become more compromising on things like that. And also,
Yeah, and you're
go for it.
sorry, I keep interrupting you. Sorry. But I
No,
was
no,
just
go
going
for
to say, you have to adapt to your situation in life, isn't it? Your standards adapt according to where you are in life, what your plans are, what your goals are. So that's
True,
natural for you to sort of switch that up now.
true, true. I mean, there are things that I simply will not adapt on, and that's of course the weight issue, because it says more about her personality than her physical appeal. There are certain, and the quality of mother that I believe that she will be. So there's certain things that I simply cannot and will not adapt to at any age. But that's something that I'm forced to because she's unable to fulfill my goal of being in a long-term relationship. So, that's where we're at now. But I mean, I've compromised in my current relationship because we have extraordinary religious differences. So I have made concessions that I generally don't make because circumstances provided that I do that. But the point is that at some point in your life, it will be in your best interest to turn down a woman that's attractive yet toxic to you. And if you've never turned down an attractive woman, you might find that to be a very, very difficult task. And I also, and I'm saying this with respect and understanding that I do understand that there is a scarcity within the community of beautiful women. This is not, and this is not to shit on domestic women, but this is not Colombia. And if Marco has shown a average sample population, which he didn't, but still, if that's a reasonably decent sample population of Colombia, it's there is an abundance of them, so it can afford him the opportunity to have ridiculous standards like 24 and under. It can afford him that because there's a overabundance of beautiful women there. So I know that this is not Colombia. So I understand that it's, if you see a beautiful woman wherever you are, and I'm in California, which has a higher concentration than most other states. But if you see a beautiful woman, chances are it will be quite some time before you see another. You're not going to see one every day. So I get it. It's not going to be the easiest thing in the world to do. But sometimes it's going to be in your long-term best interest. It really is, fellas. And also, it's make sure you have a set of principles that you stick to.
And I agree with that. I agree with everything there.
Yeah. Well, no, I
Yeah,
mean,
so
some places more than others. Go for it.
So just going back to it, I'm for women in the atmosphere, in the manosphere.
Okay.
And okay, so I can understand that there are situations where men want to feel fully comfortable, right? And having a woman there might affect that. You're never going to be truly comfortable saying everything you want to say if there are women around. And I do feel like there are spaces in the manosphere that you can find that. There are spaces that are sort of not anti-female, but they restrict the amount, the female element there. So even take someone like Ramil, for example. He doesn't allow women on his panels. he's like, listen, you can say what you want in the chat, but you're not coming up on the panel to speak. Someone like Man of Tomorrow, I don't really see many women in his chats. It is mainly, it's the space basically for men. So you do have places that you can go to. There was one thing that popped up in my recommendations, right? And he was on the list, the list that that Aaron Fountain Jr. made.
Okay.
And I clicked on it and I went and I wrote something in the chat, and there was someone that's from this space and they said, listen, don't do it. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't do it. So that was clearly anti, not, I don't want to say anti-female, but it's like a no female zone. And then someone else replied to him, too late, she's already gone. So I figured that I'd be blocked, like straight away. And so that's a place where you don't even get to comment in the chat. You can't do anything. You're not on the panel, you're not going to comment, you're not going to do anything. So men do have those spaces where it's just a male only zone. No women allowed. You get to say what you want, feel comfortable. Women aren't going to be in that area. And so I see no harm in having certain channels where you have women. And if you're comfortable being around women, then you can go there. And if you don't want to be around women, then go to those other channels that cater to that. There are things that cater to different people within the manosphere. And so, again, I don't see why women being in certain spaces is that big of a deal.
Yeah, well, I mean, the guys that you mentioned, and I don't know this other guy.
I think his name was Darius or
Daryl
or some. Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that was him. Yeah.
I didn't know that he didn't have women in his space at all, but I'm familiar with his work. He has good content and he has a lot of followers. But I wasn't really familiar with his work. I'm not I'm not SYSBM. So I think that what you're getting is from the SYSBM / MGTOW crew.
Yeah.
So that's their thing. They are almost to the point of complete abstinence from it. I'm not really with that because the way I see it is that both sides are just ready to surrender. That's the way I see it, but they don't know how. I think that the women are sick of this shit and they don't want to admit it. And I don't think that the SYSBM guys are really understand that just yet.
Yeah.
I think that, like I said earlier, that they think that the women are happy in this situation because they project that, but that's the great lie. And the women don't want to admit how miserable they are with this because it's part of their mating strategy. Women do not present themselves as vulnerable because then men will start to take advantage of them. Men always take advantage of vulnerable women. If a beautiful woman said, oh, I'm ugly, he's going to say, yeah, bitch, you ugly, suck my dick. Like this is the only person, this is the only dick you can suck. Like men take advantage of vulnerable women. So as a natural reaction, they're not going to admit their vulnerability. So we're kind of like stuck in this together. That's how I see it. And this is women on all levels of the attractiveness scale, and it's actually, from what I noticed, this is particularly higher. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm fortunate enough to have attractive family members of a female persuasion. So I hear their cries too. I mean, it's I don't. It's not like I don't notice. Like you can't really keep it from me entirely. I see it on both sides from that point of view, and I could tell you that both sides are not happy, no matter what they're projecting to you in public. Like I know this for a fact. So, like knowing that, I'm like, look, both sides are ready to give in. And we just gotta make an environment to which it can happen, and screen out those who are deceptive, because they're the ones who caused the problem in the first place. So that's
Exactly.
that's what
And
I'm at.
I agree with that. I agree. I think a lot of people are probably, they have too much pride to say, like, listen, let's basically call a truce. This could be an area where you could come together and you could both figure out what each other wants and come to some sort of, it's an area that's conducive to you creating a compromise and just talking things out and discussing a new way to go about things. It really is. I feel like it's a great place for that, because I agree. I think a lot of the women are here because they want that.
True.
They want to be able to come here and listen and know what you want and genuinely be what you want in order to have a happy future. They genuinely want to know what's going on in your mind, and so that they can cater to your needs.
Right.
I feel like that's why a lot of women are here. Take away the sort of women that we mentioned earlier. The majority of women are here for that reason. And yeah, that's why I feel like it's a good space for that. It's a good area for that.
Right. Right. And you can see that in the comments of, Lorena and Sparkles yesterday. You can see that. They like, look, I'm sick of this shit. I'm not getting any younger. What I'm doing hasn't, and will never work. But I fear that, if I switch up and become a pick me, not only will I be ridiculed by women, I will also be disrespected by men. So I get it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do. I see both sides, and so I'm a little different with the than the SY. That's why I never claimed SYSBM, because I do understand that there is a difference. There is a balance. So
And that's exactly the word that what I was about to say. It's about having a balanced point of view and being able to see things from, both sides, and just see the different dynamics and take them both on board, because that's how you're going to create the future that you want.
Right.
Is by being balanced. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the key word for me.
Right, exactly. So there's a lot of lies going on here in the manosphere, which is why I kind of stand aside a little bit on my channel. And it also brings me back to the conversation I had with C Boogie when he was talking about what's the difference between a foreign woman and a domestic one in that regard. It's like, well, there's a lot going on. There's a lot that's different, because she's seeking this male female balance, and she's not really tainted by that. She opened herself up, and she put herself in a position to be taken advantage of. And I'm talking about the stove girl, of course, but
yeah,
even though that's not the topic originally, but they are more willing to do that. Now, me seeing what happens when men take advantage of women who expose themselves and make themselves vulnerable, I'm not going to bring that bullshit to another culture.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
destroy
exactly.
Essentially what they have is a good thing there, which is women being vulnerable, open to change, and willing to work with someone.
Exactly.
Why would you want to destroy that? Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, how much would I ruin her for the next guy if I just like left her with a quote unquote wet ass? Like, no, I want you to say to yourself that you enjoyed this experience too. That that you didn't meet some foreigner. He promised you something, and I'm talking about like he probably promised you like future relationships or marriage or something like that. He seduced you, fucked you while he was on vacation, and you never heard from him again. I don't want her to feel that way. I don't want any person to feel that way. So, because I know how destructive that is. And then, in a few years, she's bitter and she's guarded, and, she'll meet the next guy, and hopefully she's married by now, but she'll meet the next guy that she should have been vulnerable to, but instead she's defensive.
Yeah. And I think that's the situation that you've got over in America.
Right.
Is that people are defensive, they're not willing to let their guard down, they're not willing to be vulnerable, they're not willing to compromise and work with, men or the other side. It's almost like, this it is. Some people have said it before, like a little gender war. No one is willing to compromise, no one is willing to be vulnerable and sort the problem out.
Exactly. So years ago, right? And this is the power of vulnerability, right? Actually, now I think about it, she was actually kind of sexy, or at least she grew up to be sexy. So years ago, right? I was on the bus because my license was suspended, and there was a cute, I don't know if she was legal at the time, but there was a cute young lady in the back of the bus with a like bunch of stuff in a garbage bag, right? And so I'm sitting like in the middle, and she just kept squeaking her heel because it was raining. So she just kept sliding her shoe across the bottom of the bus, making a squeaking sound, right? And after a while, I just turned around like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I didn't say that, but I just looked at her funny. She was like, does this bother you? I was like, yeah, it does bother me. She said, well, I'm bipolar. It's like, why is that? Why are you squeaking your heel? So anyway, she pissed me off, right? So fast forward maybe like a couple of weeks or a month, and I seen her again, and the bus stopped. We were about to get off, and the bus stopped abruptly, and I bumped into her, and then she said, when we got off, she said, "You stepped on my shoe," and then I remembered her, and before I just be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your shoe," but I remembered her, and I was like, "Yeah, so fuck you," And then she pulls out her taser. I had a bottle of water. I was like, like you're gonna hurt yourself more. I have water here. It's gonna fuck you up worse, And but she said, well, it really, really hurt. So she made herself vulnerable for a second. I was like, damn, what the fuck am I doing? I'm a grown ass man with muscles and shit. Why am I fucking with this little girl like this? She was just playing, So like that moment of vulnerability just made me like wise the fuck up,
Yeah.
And so I would see her periodically, and we cool now. I still don't even know her name, but we're cool now. And actually, I seen her maybe like a year ago, and she grew up sexy as hell. But I think she lesbian, but still. I mean, well, because she had like an equally attractive. I seen her at a gas station, so she had an equally attractive woman in the car. And she went and paid for the pump, and she was going to go out and pump it. She still remembered me from the thing, but and she apologized for the squeaking and shit. But so it's just real fun. Just be vulnerable, or else just like weird ass hostilities that shouldn't happen, will just continue. Like the shit would have festered. Like I would have seen her at the gas station a year ago. Bitch, I remember you, squeaky heel bitch.
Yeah, and then before you know it, you're enemies just because there was no vulnerability there.
Exactly.
And it's vulnerability is needed sometimes, and I think particularly it's a woman's job to be more vulnerable. I think it's on the women to be vulnerable, and it's upon men to sort of embrace that. So once you see that she's willing to be vulnerable, and then you play your part.
Exactly.
So I think the vulnerability is the woman's responsibility. And then for the man, you sort of acknowledge that and act accordingly.
Exactly. And my whole mood just changed. She was like, look, you really hurt me. I was like, damn, what? Like, it just hit me like, why am I here threatening to pour water on this bitch's taser? Like, I'm serious. It just hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, damn, I can't believe, like, what did this shit turn me into? But yeah, and all it took was, and then everything cleared up. Ladies, listen to that, because that's real talk. Like, look, that's really all it takes. Like that's really all it takes. Like if Sparkles was here, like, and Lorena was like, like like, look, I've tried everything, and I worry that if I open myself up to a man that way, that he'll take advantage of me. And I also equate submission to slavery, and I would feel like if they came like that, then you get a different response. But you come on some other shit and lying and shit, then it's just going to keep the hostilities going. So I actually I want the hostilities to end, and that's why I'm not really a part of the SYSBM thing, but I understand the need for it. But that's why I can't really say I'm a part of that. But it should
And I think you're right, because before you know it, you do turn into a person that you don't recognize.
Mm-hmm.
Because that hostility, it builds up and it builds up and it builds up, and before you know it, you're just this hateful person who's just walking around life angry, and you're probably not enjoying yourself. You're not happy with the way things are and the way things are going. You're just walking around constantly bitter and angry, and I've seen that from people in these spaces. I can see that they're angry and I can see that they're upset, and genuinely I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for them because I know their quality of life can't be great, and I know their quality of life is not great from the way that they're acting. They're just so full of resentment, and you don't want to become that person. You really don't. And so again, like, it goes back to women being vulnerable and men just embracing that vulnerability in women. And you're going to end that cycle for both of you, because as I've seen it from men, I've also seen it from women in these spaces. Like, look at Lacey Thomas, for example, that always comes here and just trolling. She's obviously not very happy with her life. She's not. If she was, she wouldn't be, doing what she's doing. She's just allowed herself to be so hateful and bitter. And I guarantee you, if she opened up and she was actually honest about what she wanted and she was vulnerable, and then she actually compromised and worked with a guy, because I think she comes to these spaces because she actually likes the things that you say, whether she wants to deny it or not. That's why she keeps coming back, and that's why she actually listens. If she just came here once to troll and disappeared, then I'd be like, okay, she's just a troll. But she keeps on coming back because she wants to listen to what you've got to say, but she doesn't know how to be vulnerable. And if she was just vulnerable, and now it's even harder for her because she's created this atmosphere where everything's so tense, and then it's like, oh, there's Lacey Thomas, that bitch. And so it sort of stops her from being vulnerable even more. But I guarantee you, she opened up and genuinely expressed what she wanted, and she came back in a year's time, 2 years' time, and looked at her comments, she would be thinking, what the fuck was I on? What was I doing? What did I turn into? She's going to be like disgusted at herself. I guarantee you. And yeah, you've got these angry, bitter people walking around, and it's helpful to no one. And most importantly, it's not helpful to them themselves. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it all starts with the lie. And the lie is that and it's not a 100% lie, but it's a lie nonetheless. And that is that if you're vulnerable, a man will take advantage of you. Now, granted, that is a possibility at the time the lie was originally told, around the boomers era. However, it's not an entirety. And it's not even reasonably assumed that they would, it's just not. There's something in men that just it's just how we're wired, It's just how we're wired. Kind of like people respond to a baby scream and shit like that. Like we're wired to respond to femininity, with compassion. Like that's, if we weren't, we would have just been like, cold hard savages from the beginning, like continuously. there would be no such thing as marriage, and it would just be, it would, like, all cultures would show a perpetual history of women with brands on them that, I don't know, that's just brought out the kitchen to breed. But it's really not like that.
Yeah. And I think, just to go to what you were saying, that that people don't want to be vulnerable because they can be taken advantage of. And I get that, because there are people out there who take advantage of people who are vulnerable. And that's why I'm not saying, go out there and be vulnerable to everyone and anyone.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be selective over who you're vulnerable to. So if if they come across a guy who preaches certain principles and he practices certain principles, so if a woman was to come along and meet a guy like you, then she could feel comfortable being vulnerable. So I'm not saying just be vulnerable to anyone, but to a certain type of man, you can do that.
Exactly. And fellas, you gotta be that. So let's go back to the girl on the bus. She probably was fucking with me because I look and dress like a nerd. So she probably just thought that was just, like, I'm gonna fuck with him. I'm gonna rub my, just to annoy him. Or she probably was just immature and she would have did it to anybody. But she's a pretty girl, and she realized that her looks wasn't gonna phase me because 2-year rule and shit like that. I don't know. She may or may not have been. I think I was like 20 at the time, but so she may or may not have been within the 2-year rule situation. But either way, she that shit wasn't going to work on me. Her looks wasn't going to work on me or nothing like that. I'm not going to get intimidated because you're a bitch with a taser and shit. Like, so when all else fails, she just used what came natural to her. Like, okay, like this is what's going to work, and it did. So ladies, you'll be surprised. You will actually be surprised on on how effective that is. Femininity is an extremely powerful tool. Now, it can be used in a poor way. So, I do want fellas to prepare themselves for level 2, because that's what it is. It's the misappropriation of feminine powers. I want fellas to prepare themselves for that. But, ladies, I want you to at least tap into that, because I think a lot of you are missing out on a good thing. And it's not your fault. The shit you watch on TV tell you something different. These scroll bitches tell you something different. That men are attracted to, not the things that you were born with and taught to suppress, but they're attracted to your PhDs and shit like that. No, it don't work that way, sweetie. That's the Queen and Slim lie. So, yeah, that's definitely. So that's what I want to. That's what I want to get across on my channel. Let me ask you this: what attracted you? Since we're talking about women coming to the manosphere, what attracted you to the manosphere, especially being foreign?
So I said before, initially when I came, it was because I came through O'Shea's page.
Okay.
And on O'Shea's show, mainly I just thought that it was funny, right? Mm-hmm. So I came back again, but then I realized that there were actually sort of discussions going on, and I found it interesting. So from there, I just branched out, and so I went to different channels that I found through O'Shea's channel. So I think I found Mr. Fantastics first, and then I had my little like our little dispute, shall we say, from you hearing me on Fantastic's channel. Right. And then after that, that's when I started to actually listen to your content as well. But overall, I just think it's informative. I can sort of relate to it because although I'm in a different country, you still see a lot of the same dynamics going on. There are some things that are unique to America, but then there's also a lot that the two countries mirror each other. And so I can relate the things that are being said back to things that I see in my everyday life here. So it's informative. I find it interesting. And three, sorry, there's not really, I don't know, I haven't personally found another space where people actually discuss their thoughts so much. You actually get to hear what people are really thinking. Whereas in real life, you don't necessarily get to hear that because people are more reserved. They're not sure if they can necessarily voice those opinions. And so I don't hear that in real life. But here you actually get to hear what's going on both sides. And you can actively participate in that and give your opinion on it as well. And for me, that's even more appealing. You know, you can actually get involved and you can discuss it with other people and throw your opinions back and forth and look for solutions. And yeah, that's, for me, that's what I like about this space.
Now, did you see problems with the mating market prior to that, or did it open your eyes to problems that you really didn't, that you really were unaware of?
A bit of both, to be honest, a bit of both. So I'd say things like, you know, men pushing for more femininity, men being against feminism and the rise of feminism and the implications of that. Those are things that I can see in my everyday life. Those are things that I was actually already familiar with. I don't know, here we call them, I don't know if you call them the same there, we call it the Sheer Butter Army. The Sheer Butter Army is like, you know, the pro-black, black power girls.
I heard that. Well, I didn't hear that, but it makes sense because, you know, shea butter, it's kind of like their staple. I mean, that's their rice if they were,
So that's what we call it over here. So I was familiar with that sort of character already, but then here I just learned a bit more about it. I learned about how it's basically the same as it is in America, and you know, just the dating problems, because I know people here are avoiding that sort of woman. I know there are a lot of black men here who are fed up with that sort of woman and the amount of, as you guys call it, dick policing that goes on.
Sure.
So I was familiar with all those concepts, but then here the discussions go a bit deeper and a bit further, and you actually get to hear the personal thoughts, and so you understand more about the whole dynamics going on.
So yeah, I guess you and I would be another example because, you know, my original gripe wasn't with you. It was with the way the men were responding to you. Because it was and if you go back and listen to it, it was like, you know, why are y'all responding to Mrs. Doubtfire? Like, y'all don't know anything about this chick and y'all just going crazy. So, you know, that concerned me to how vulnerable they were to level 2. So it was that, but you and I had different issues because, you know, I was like, look, this is humble bragging. It's going to be off-putting, you know, and it was off-putting. You have been getting like unreasonable pushback from a lot of females, and you have been getting nana envy because not only what they see and how men react to you, but also shit like that. So I kind of seen that but I actually said the humble bragging portion with intended, like, look, this is you're gonna get this if you're gonna be around here. This is going to be the response, especially if you're bragging on the shit. So I seen that coming, but it caused friction between you and I think the moment that it ended was because you may not realize this, but she was just saying shit to be contrarian. Like when I was reviewing that hoe that traveled to India to host a mo, and you know, you was like, yeah, but maybe she's a dancer or something like. But I mean, eventually you just came and said, okay. I mean, because some people in that position, they just keep with the lie, no matter how obvious it is that she knew that she wasn't going there to sing. No matter how, you know, like, because you can't really prove a negative, they would just keep going with that lie. But you didn't. You like, okay, you know, it's obvious that she's a hooker, you know, that she went there. Yeah. So I mean, and
Do you
that's
know
all
what?
true. And then we were cool ever since.
Yeah, I can be reactive, and so I'll say that, you know, so it's like, oh, okay, GameChanger said this about me, and then I'll be in a bad mood for a little bit, but then afterwards, me as a person, I can't stay in a bad mood for long, and so it has to lift, and then I have to start thinking clearly, because honestly, if I stay in that mood, I wouldn't be thinking logically, you know? And so I come to my senses a little bit later, and then I'm like, oh gosh, what was I doing? You know?
Right.
All right, let me just be normal now. And
Exactly.
so yeah, I think I remember the video that you're talking about was the whole sort of prostitution thing and the African women going to India. I remember. I
Right.
remember what it was. But then after that we got on after that.
Right, exactly. But that ladies, I mean, it's you will be amazed at how much shit men will forgive if, you know, if y'all just came like that. And if you came sincerely like that and you cut all the bullshit, you know, you will be amazed. Like you will be truly amazed. But as long as y'all keep with this shit, like, oh, I don't have to compete, or some like that Rashida Strober shit, I'm gonna keep coming at you, and I'll keep remixing light skin songs, keep fucking with. Like that's just how we're wired. You know, that's just. I mean, like if Rashida and Chrissy and the rest was like, look, you know, I don't know how it is in Cali, but here it is a real thing. You know, um, I have seen more attractive light skinned girls, you know, get men over me, or excuse me, less attractive light skinned girls get men over me because of something that is in the young men's head. You know, I mean, I'll say, okay, I could definitely see that, and I sympathize with your plight. But I mean, when you come on like, you know, these light skinned bitches is taking our men, they need to surrender their men to me, and I don't have to compete. I'm gonna hit back. I mean, that's just how it is. So, ladies, learn to show your vulnerable side. I mean, like I said, not to everybody, but you know, be willing to be vulnerable. Not everybody is looking to take advantage. So
Yeah.
it's basically like a Mexican standoff. You know, it's like who's going to drop their guns first. You know.
I think that is what it comes down to. It does become like a Mexican standoff, you know, and no one wants to back down. But it's um it's crazy because I didn't even look at sort of what we had in that way. So I
Mm-hmm.
didn't really look at the dynamic of how things were initially and then how it sort of switched. I didn't look at it that way. I just, I don't know. I think I just saw it in my mind as okay, I actually finally started to listen to your content and I liked it. And
Mm-hmm.
so that's why I stayed. But then, you know, you saying that it actually makes me look back on it. And I do see that that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I guess I just didn't even realize it at the time. But you're right, that is what happened.
Yeah. I mean, you had the choice to be, you know, entrenched or honest. And you were honest. Yeah, I was actually shocked. I was like, oh shit, you know, she just came and said, you know, you just admitted that you're wrong, which is something that's rare in Western culture. It's like she just admitted that, you know, and you didn't have to because I can't prove that she didn't, you know, like I can't prove that she didn't think that she was going to. How does someone prove that? But you were reasonable and you said, like, no, okay, I know that she knew, you know, given all that's evident here, you know. So I mean, after that, it was just like completely over, you know.
Yeah, I will admit when I'm wrong. I
Mm-hmm.
will. And the thing is, I've said before, I'm quite prideful, right? And so I
Mm-hmm.
think people would associate being prideful as not being able to admit that you were wrong in a situation. But if anything, I think it tarnishes my character even more if I'm wrong and I can't even admit it.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I see that as more damaging on my character, and that hurts my pride more than if I was to say, you know, listen, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I don't have an issue with doing that. I don't have an issue with saying I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know, I'm not perfect. I'm not, and I will be wrong from time to time. It happens.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm the same way. And it does. It does, because what happens is your morality switch. I mean, like, who you are as a person switch. Like, whenever you do something unethical and you do not atone for it in some way. I'm not saying anything about what we had, our situation, but it shifts your line of it alters your definition of ethics, because what happens is you, in order to feel good about what you did, you internalize an excuse. Like if you steal something, one time and then you give yourself an excuse, like, well, the reason I did was because the store owner owed me money. And then the next time you steal, it's like, well, this store owner didn't owe me money, but I know he owed somebody else money. Then the next time you do it, it's like, well, the prices are too high. They're making too, So once you do that, it becomes easier and easier to commit, unethical behavior. So it is important to say at some point you have to cut it and say, look, this is what I did. It was wrong, and I have to admit to it. And that's really the problem I have with niggas too. As far as that, because they'll do shit like, yeah, I'm a reformed drug dealer. It's like, well, admit what you did was horribly wrong. You created a generation of really messed up, broken homes, and you participated in a process that destroyed a generation. Let's be clear. This is not a small thing that you did. I mean, admit that it was completely wrong. Don't encourage it any further, so I can know that this is where your ethics lie now. And most, especially in the B1 sector, will never do that. And same with boomers. And that's why I really have trouble with, certain people in that demographic.
Because, it comes down to accountability, really. And I think accountability is such a big issue in a lot of the things that we talk about. And if you as a person can't take accountability, it starts to affect and compromise your moral character. And as you say, your standards. It's the shop example, the stealing from the shop example that you gave was perfect, because you start to find excuses to justify what you've done to yourself, and before you know it, your character starts to drop. Who you are as a person starts to drop. And one thing that I'm big on is actually having a strong moral character, actually having strong standards, and just, I think I got that from my dad. That's something that he always taught me, is that you should be a person of morals. Like your moral compass needs to be in the right place. And a lot of people don't have that. And I'm all for redemption as well. If someone does something wrong and they're willing to turn their life around, I'm all for it. But you have to take accountability of what you've done in the past, acknowledge it, and that shows me that you're ready to move on to the next phase. If you can't take accountability for what you did previously, you're not truly ready to, start a new life or start your life in a new way.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, people say things like live with no regrets. No, I have my regrets and I'm proud of it. I regret the way I treated that girl. I didn't step on her foot purposely, but I regret the way I reacted. But and yeah, you got to have that in you. Quick story about stealing from shops. I used to do that when I was younger. I used to steal from markets and stuff because I was really embarrassed to buy condoms, like extremely embarrassed. Because when I was young, I bought some from a corner market, and some chick just looked at me, older. She was in her 20s, and she said, "Oh, somebody's having fun tonight. Don't do shit. Don't stop fucking with people. Stop fucking." So the whole shit became awkward since then, and I just started stealing them. I just started stealing them. Now I grew out of it, but just so y'all know, I wasn't proud of it. But I used to steal condoms. I didn't steal it. I didn't steal regular stuff from the stores, but I did steal condoms. I was just too
I
embarrassed.
stole as a kid. I
Yeah,
did. I remember I went to the corner shop and okay, like I've said before, I was fat. Okay, I've mentioned it like a thousand
yeah, you
times,
know
but
that.
because of that, my parents were quite strict on, like the amount of junk food that I had. And so I rarely ever had it. And I think I spoke about before, they used to lock it away in a cupboard in their room and they'd give it to us sort of as and when they wanted to.
Mhm.
So I went to the shop with my sister and I stole a chocolate bar. I just took it and I put it underneath my top, and the guy saw me and he came out from behind the counter and he said, "What are you doing?" I was really young at the time. I think I must have been about 7 or 8,
Mhm.
and I was with my big sister. And he said, "What are you doing?" And he literally marched me, or okay, it's a small little neighborhood, so he knew where I lived, and he
Mhm.
marched me down to my house
That.
and took me home and explained to my parents what I did. And the
Uh-huh.
amount of shame I was prideful even at that age. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing. I
Uh-huh.
was so ashamed. And from that point on, I'd never steal again. I got punished for that as well. But it was the shame and the embarrassment more than anything. I'd never do it again. And so from that point, I never have after that, but I did.
Mhm.
All for a chocolate bar.
Now let me ask you this, because you brought up something interesting. So does it work the other way? So okay, so when we talk about this sisterhood, right? Um, do you think a lot of women who are part of sisterhood continue with it to avoid the shameful actions that they had while they were doing it?
I think so, yeah, because by being in that space where everyone is just like you
Hmm.
and no one is going to call you out for it, you're avoiding that shame. You don't have to deal with the embarrassment or the shame as long as you're a part of that community
True.
because they accept it all. They don't look down on it. Whereas in other parts of society, so where I was, for example, that was shameful and I did have to deal with that embarrassment right there, head on. I had to deal with it. But when you go to the sisterhood, it's a space of lack of accountability.
True.
So there is no shame. And I feel that is a big reason why they're there. You get to do what you want. There are no consequences. There's no accountability. There's none of that. And a lot of people will gravitate to a place like that
Hmm.
for that reason.
Of complete and total liberty, yeah. Moral liberty. So
Exactly.
yeah. Um, I think it would be very difficult for a woman who's done such shameful stuff while in the sisterhood. Let's just say, from 18 to say 28, 10 years into it, 10 adult years into it. She did all the stuff that brothers complain about. I can imagine that it would be hard for someone at that stage to say, I was an extremely horrible person. I spent my adult life making the lives of all people who tried to be decent to me worse. That's
Yeah,
a tough moral pill to swallow. So when you raise your standards of morality, and I get it. It's difficult. It's harder, and the longer you do it, the harder it becomes. You know.
exactly. I get as well. I get it's a daunting thing to have to face that and to have to face up to actually what you've done and face up to the consequences. But what I would say is, again, a lot of them, you truly aren't happy. You're not happy. So you have to free yourself of that burden. And it's better that you do it sooner rather than later because, as you said, the longer you leave it, the harder and harder it becomes. It's like what we were discussing with Beth last night.
Mhm.
The longer that you allow yourself to live in a way that is non-productive, the harder it becomes to switch everything around and to get back onto that productive path. And so I'd advise any woman who is a part of that group, sooner rather than later, like literally do it tomorrow, do it the next day, because the quicker you do it is the sooner that you get onto that correct path, and the path that you know you truly want to be on. That's where you want to be. So go for it. Just do it.
Mm-hmm. Now, you know something? Beth is a prime example of male nature, particularly my nature. And this could just be limited to the guys that she's attracted to. But we're not the bastards. And this is, I know there's very few people listening right now because of shadow ban and shit like that. But this is to the ladies that are listening. We generally are not as bad as you think. Beth is extraordinarily vulnerable to the assholes that the television tells you about. She's extraordinarily vulnerable to these guys, extremely so. And they would rather leave than to take advantage of her. You know, and I put myself in that category. You know, not with Beth in particular, but with other women that I've met who are like her. You know, I put myself in that category. I would say that, you know, like, yes, I like to, you know, I like sexual variety, more so when I was younger than now, but I wouldn't just destroy somebody who is in Beth's situation for my own temporary sexual gratification. There's just something in me that you know, I have my regrets, but I'm not that cold, you know. And she hasn't really come across somebody that's that cold. That's just, you know, even though on TV, you know, women like Beth just come across assholes, and you know, next thing you know, she's on the street selling herself to feed his crack habit. You know, she hasn't come across that, and she, from what I gather, she doesn't really have much defense against that. But even still, she hasn't really come across that. So that's really says something about the men in the world, you know.
And do you know what? I said that to Beth. Sorry, I've got a cough, so my voice keeps cracking up.
Oh shit!
But I said
oh
that.
Shit!
No corona here. It's a corona-free zone. I'm okay.
Okay.
But yeah, I said that to Beth yesterday, that she's actually lucky that she hasn't met a guy like that. I think it's a testament to the guy's characters of who she has been around, and that's why I said I don't necessarily think her picker when it comes to the moral aspect of a guy. I don't think that part is wrong. They just weren't the right people for her. But if she had met a different type of guy, he could have fully taken advantage of her, knowing how vulnerable she is and
Right.
the sort of person she is. It would be really easy for a guy to do that, but she's come across these guys who have said, you know what, nope, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to walk away and, you know, let it be, end it there. And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a benefit to her. Because I can only imagine the mental space that she'd be in if she had come across a guy who didn't have that moral compass.
Right.
It would be, I think it would be really, really, really traumatic for her.
Right. It would be. So, ladies, the horror stories are just that. They're stories. Don't get me wrong. There are those guys who will just be like, oh, I'm gonna just snatch your virginity up, and you know, and then dump and go to the next chick. There are those guys, but those guys are few and far between. I think most guys see her and they say, look, if I am with this girl, if I were to penetrate this girl, because I've came across versions, but we say that to ourselves. If I penetrate this girl, I would be morally obligated to be with her, you know, and be decent to her. And
Look
if
after
I'm not
her.
ready for that, then I'll just end the whole thing. And I think that's what's going on, that they're just simply not ready for that. So, because I know as a younger person, I wasn't, and when I came across that dilemma, I just would just like let it. Perfect example, right? I think I told this story, but more on the swirling aspect of it. But there was a young lady my age at the time, or somewhere thereabouts, and she was with a guy who at the time seemed old to me, 35, and he was divorced. He was a white dude, and she was black. He was divorced with 2 kids. And she straight up told me in the lunchroom, she said, I really wanted to be with a black guy that's my own age. And the fact that she's saying this to a black guy that is her age kind of made me feel that she was, she was probably making it apparent that she wants me to hit on her. So at least it would be like a valid opportunity. I don't know if she was interested or not, but I'm just saying there's that possibility, strong possibility. And she told me her situation, but she says she really likes the guy. They don't have much in common. We used to have a style of dance called crunk, and she used to go to those circles and do her dance routine on the streets. And of course, that wouldn't be his thing as a 35-year-old white guy. But nevertheless, they didn't have that in common. But nevertheless, he was a decent dude, and he had the qualities that you described that a man should have in order to be a sufficient leader and worthy of her submission. So, I thought about it. I was physically attracted to her, but when it came down to it, I was just like, something, she may not be the one for me. In fact, my mindset at the time was, if there was someone hotter, and there were, I would simply leave. And I would have. It's highly unlikely that she would have been the one that I married at that age. So I just say, yeah, well, it's a good thing that you found the person that you're with. And I just like let the opportunity. So fellas, you got to be able to say no to attractive women from time to time. Have a code. Be able to say no to an attractive woman. We're back to that. Have a code, go by it. Just sometimes you just got to say no to a pretty face and a nice pair of tits. You just do. So I did. Because I'm not that asshole. Like, if I would have tried to seduce her, and who knows if it would have took or not, but if I would have tried to seduce her, then all that would have happened was I would have had temporary gratification, and she would have lost an opportunity to be wed to this guy. I mean, to me, she's a pretty face and a good time, but to him, she's this gorgeous PYT that came along after a divorce with a gold digging bitch. So, I mean, of course, he's going to value her way more than me. I mean, hopefully they're still married, but ladies, we're not the monsters that you think we are. That's my point.
Yeah, I get it, because it made me think back, right, to a scenario that I had when I was younger. Mm-hmm. And so I was probably about 16 at the time, and this is before I got with my ex. Mm-hmm. And so I was talking to this guy, and we'd been talking for probably like a few months, right? Mm-hmm. And we'd just been getting to know each other, literally just talking. So I'd go over to his house and I'd see him, we just chat, and then I'd go home. Mm-hmm. And it came to one night he had a bottle of alcohol, right? Mm-hmm. And I can't remember what the alcohol was. It was brown, and it was like liquor. It was like hard stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And so I've drank the drink, and I've said before, I can't handle alcohol. I can't. And I got crazy drunk, right? And mm-hmm. I've tried to, this is embarrassing, right? But I've tried to sort of get on top of him, and I've tried to, and he was like, whoa, hang on a second. And he knew that I was a virgin, mm-hmm. right? Because we'd spoken before. And he's like, no, like you're really drunk. You don't need to be doing this. Like you need to sober up and then you need to go home. And so he went and he got me like loads of water. He just made me sleep it off. And like after that, I went home. But if I had met a guy who was different, it probably wouldn't have gone that way. But it just, to me, it sort of, and afterwards I was like, oh, I actually felt rejected. I was like, why did he do that for? Like, we've been speaking and he obviously doesn't like me that much, blah, blah, blah. But as I got older, I actually realized, you know what? No, he just was a guy who had strong morals. He
Exactly.
wasn't an asshole and he wasn't looking to take advantage of me. He wasn't that sort of guy. And I saw him like probably a few months ago, in fact, like just walking through the park, and I saw him and I was like, wow. And yeah, I could just still have a conversation with him and we get on because I know what sort of person he is. I can look back at it and say, do you know what? You're actually a great guy and you would make someone, someone would be happy to be with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
So there are guys who are maybe, as we call it, like a gentleman, or the guy with values.
Exactly.
They are out there,
Moral
and
character.
there's
Yeah.
probably more of them than you think.
Well, I think that it's an extraordinary. I mean, Beth is proof that it's actually a very high number of them.
Yeah.
Because these are guys that are saying no to pretty faces. Because obviously she's going on dates. She's actually getting the date with these guys, but once they realize what's involved and what they would have to do, then they back off. So
Yeah.
I mean,
They're not ready to compromise their character.
Yeah, exactly.
Or to take on that burden. Yeah.
Exactly. And those are the two options, really. They're like, look, I'm either going to have to like be the man of her dreams or be a complete and total asshole, and or neither. And that's what they're choosing. I've been in that situation. I was 30 and I was out with this 27-year-old. She told me she was a virgin. I stepped away. Pretty chick.
I think
Yeah.
most guys aren't willing to do that because they know what it involves and they know the consequences that it can have, and they're just not willing to do it. And I think that's a good thing. As you say, it sort of shows us that most people still have, that sense of things that they're willing to do and that they're not willing to do. And most people aren't willing to take advantage of each other. In
Right.
certain communities, we might see that dynamic sort of change, but as a whole, most people are good people. And like Beth is a good woman. She actually is a nice woman, and people don't want to take advantage of that. I'm sure if some guys wanted to, they could have, but they didn't.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the reason why I'm saying this, the reason why I'm bringing this up, and this is for the few ladies that might be listening, is I want to say that television lied to you. Generally speaking, you watch these movies and the doctor rapes the cancer patient while she's under anesthesia, and then she has a baby and he didn't cure the cancer. Like, that's just bullshit. Men aren't on shit like that, like, you watch, we have a show called Law and Order SVU, and it just shows like some egregious shit every week.
I watched that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about. I hate watch it.
Yeah.
I actually genuinely hate watch it, because they'll just show shit. I think like the most recent one, it was a guy that was just in the subway pretending to bump into chicks so he could feel them. Come on, really? Our guys really doing that? I mean, that's not, Oh, and then it turned into his boss was exchanging sexual favors for green cards. Basically, he was using his position as an immigration agent to so if a man and a woman were married, it was his job to screen if this was a legitimate marriage or a green card grab. And if the wife would agree to sleep with him, then he would just grant it as a legitimate marriage. So
I think
go for it.
No, sorry, I was going to say, I think what they do is they take things that happen and they just amplify it and make it seem as though it's, these wild stories are going on everywhere, because certain things, I can't lie, I can relate to, right? So especially when I was younger, not
perverts, yeah.
Yeah, there was a guy that I saw one time that I'd been on the way to the shop when I was younger, and I was walking out of the subway, and not subway like American train underground, but we have these little underpasses that take us underneath the motorway. So I
Okay.
was coming out of there, and there was a guy who stood at the end, and he whipped it out and started, you know, started masturbating, right? And so I ran back through the subway to the other side, and I just happened to see my friend there. And my friend, she was like, she was tough, right? And I was like, I'm scared. She's like, no, let's go and find him. Let's go and find him. And she's ran back the other way, and he was gone. I've had a few incidents like that. One thing, okay, I don't want to tarnish anyone's reputation, but they were all men of a certain race, a certain demographic, right? They were all Indian men. Another time I was on the train was really packed. I was with my friends that day. The train was really packed, and there was this guy that was standing behind me, like right behind me, on me, right? But the train was packed, so I just sort of said, listen, the train's packed, it happens. But then the train started emptying out, and the guy is still leaned right up behind me. And I could feel something like pressing against me. But at the time, I know this is going to sound weird, but I didn't know what an erection felt like. And I didn't want to seem sort of childish, like, to say, I don't know, like, oh, I can feel something behind there. I don't know. It was just embarrassing to me. And then the point came where I moved away, and my friend said, oh, he's got a boner. And at that point, he sort of moved to the other end of the carriage. And as soon as the train stopped, he jumped off and he got off the train. And I've had like a few different incidents like that. I've had a few stories where I've come across weirdos. I told you I had the guy who was like the peeping Tom not too long ago. So you do, I think as a woman, you do encounter those people sometimes. But then you have to flip it and say, all right, this is over the course of probably nearly going on 10 years now. Probably happened from the age of 16 to now when I'm 25, almost 10 years.
Right.
So it's not something that happens every day. I've encountered over that time, I don't know, probably how many hundreds of thousands of men that I've come by in passing, and I haven't faced that. And so you have to put things in perspective. You can't go around and demonize every man because I had those incidents. When I actually look at it in reality, I can say the vast majority of men aren't like that.
Right.
And if the vast majority of men saw what happened, like when I was on the train, the guy was like, there was a guy that stood up and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? Most men won't stand for that. So most men are good men. Most men don't do things like that. And that's what people have to remember. A lot of the time, things can get blown out of proportion, or even you as a woman, you can go through an incident and you can start judging everyone. Because I'm not going to lie, from when I had the peeping Tom guy, it made me really paranoid, because for a while I didn't know who he was. And I was looking around and I was walking on the street and I was thinking it could be anyone. I sat in my house with a knife every night just out of fear. So those things, it can put fear into you.
Right.
But then you just have to sort of get back into perspective and think you can't judge everyone like that, or you can't live your life thinking everyone's a peeping Tom or pervert.
Right.
You can't live by that logic. And that's what the sisterhood promotes, basically.
Yeah.
The sisterhood promotes that it demonizes all men, and that's the feminist agenda as well. It demonizes all men. You're all perverts. You're all misogynists. You're all this, that, and the other.
It demonizes submission, basically. Like, your only defense against men who would take advantage of you is to not submit to them. You know, yeah, and the fact that men are perverts and we have no sexual control, like the person who exposed himself to you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bash the culture, but from watching porn, I can conclusively say that that's part of their fetish. The train, not anything else, not exposing themselves or anything else. The train portion, because a lot of it takes place there. So that I guess I could see it. Maybe it just got into the psyche and all the other shit. But yeah, the train aspect is something that I noticed. Them and Japanese, they really have this, and I think probably India because it's really crowded, and and they have very strict rules around intercourse culturally, which means that the only time they actually touch other women is literally on the train, on a crowded train.
Okay.
Maybe
I didn't know that.
To do with it. Yeah, well, a lot
I didn't know that they have a train fetish sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a very crowded country, and they get by on trains everywhere, and it's very densely packed. It's everything, So that's I'm get this. This is just porn. I never been to India. This is just like porn perception. I look at it, and both them and Japanese really got some shit going on about trains. So, maybe that has.
Well, it was only, it was just that one time, one time. But in general, I find them to be a bit more sexually, just sexually, they're a bit more, slightly more deviant than most people like that.
Really? It's the exact
just in general. I think because we have a lot of Indians, particularly where I live, this part of London, there are a lot of Indian men. And so you notice the differences between how certain men act and the things that they do. You definitely notice that as a woman. There's
I have a complete different perception of them here.
And do you know what it is? I have to just distinguish between what type of Indian men I'm talking about. Because one community of Indian people that I hold in high regard are the Sikhs.
I do too.
The Sikhs. So the guys who wear the turbans.
Yeah.
Very respectable men.
It was so cool. He carried a sword at his wedding. He had an actual sword. It was cool to me. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And those men, I can actually. I can say like 1,000 great things about. I remember I volunteered at one of their temples, and they do a lot of things that just help the community. So a lot of feeding the homeless, giving out clothes, just a lot of things just to help people. They are genuinely really nice people. They're lovely. I don't have a bad word to say about them. So let me not say Indians as a whole, but the non-Sikhs are sort of different. They don't have the same moral character, I think, as the Sikhs do. It's like it's a bit of a contrast. So yeah, I noticed that difference.
The worst thing I can say, at least from the ones here, the worst things I can say is that they treat their employees like shit. Which is generally their own people. Like at a 7-Eleven or something, I'll just talk to them. Like, hey, how much you make? And how many hours do you are? I work 12 hours a day. Like, you don't get overtime for the extra 4 hours? Nope. Like, and then they just come in and yell at them and shit. Like, so
yeah.
I know that's like the worst thing I could say, but I think that they have a caste system. Well, I know that they have a caste system going on, which probably
they do.
Yeah, which probably is like, I have the natural born right to treat you like shit. you subordinate piece of scum. I don't know, but it's fucked up. Not my problem.
But basically, that's sort of how it is, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the worst thing I could say. But as far as them sexually, from my point of view, they are like the most timid. Like they're the least likely to harass or do anything like that.
No.
And
do you know what, GC?
But I'm not a woman. I'm not a woman.
Yeah,
but,
exactly. I think that makes a difference. But when I got my first flat, right, when I first sort of moved out and I lived on my own, I used to live just off a main road, and on that main road there were lots of prostitutes.
Okay.
So you used to see them walking up and down the road, and 90% of the men who were going to those prostitutes were all Asian. Well, let me say Indian, Pakistani, that sort of area there.
Right.
I think South Asia. They were all South Asian.
Non-Oriental Asian, yeah.
So they are big users of prostitutes. They're quite just everything sort of sexually, just a little bit out there. That's what they do.
Well,
for some reason, it's just something that I noticed.
Because because they arranged their marriages for 25, so they remain virgins culturally for a very long time relative to most Americans, which is probably okay here, which is probably okay in India where they don't really like miniskirts and shit like that. But here, I can imagine that would be very difficult.
Do you know what? It's more about the type of women that they were going to.
Okay.
One, I'm sort of judging you because I know that you're married, right? But I also get the culture.
I'm not married.
Women are sort of.
You said I'm married?
No.
Oh.
No, the men, the ones that go to the prostitutes.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Not you. Yeah. So one, I think that they're married, so I'm sort of side-eyeing you already, right? But then in my head, I'm thinking, okay, I know the culture that you come from, and the women are quite sexually unliberated. So I can imagine that they're not the most fun women to be with in the bedroom, right? So that part, I'm like, I can understand.
Yeah.
But then I also look at it as the type of women that they're going to. And these aren't just like normal prostitutes. These are no teeth, completely cracked out, completely dirty, disgusting looking women. They're not like half, even semi-decent prostitutes. These women are absolutely disgusting, right? I'm just going to say it straight. They're disgusting.
Okay.
And I just think, imagine, like, I think I'm looking at it as a woman, right? And I'm thinking, you're going to go out and you're going to go to a prostitute, but not only are you going to go to a prostitute, but you're actually going to go with that. That's what I'm looking at them and I'm sort of judging them about. But it all sort of just played into the role where I can see just that sexually, I don't know if they've been sexually repressed for a lot of their life, so they go and do these outlandish things that may give them a thrill, or I don't know, but it's something that I noticed about them.
Now let me ask you this
about the non-Sikhs. Yeah,
are these white girls?
All different colors.
Okay.
All different colors. You've got whites, blacks, like off-whites, so maybe like just something a bit foreign, just all different colors. You don't really see any Asian, okay, I keep saying Asian, but we call those people Asians. We don't really see any South Asian prostitutes. Not really. They don't tend to be into that sort of lifestyle, and no Chinese either. No Oriental sort of people. Mainly just white, black, and sort of off-whites, I call them. Maybe you're from,
which is a testament to their culture throughout Asia.
Exactly. Yeah.
So so for the likes, I'm on some sort of shadow ban. I don't know. So it's not really YouTube is broken. So YouTube out here and Google, they're not at work, and I even got a notice. I got to notice too, they're not at work. So the people who normally monitor such things are at home. So it's going to be this way for a while. So just check the channel periodically. You know, I'll use my other channel to advertise this one. I didn't do it this one because this was supposed to be just like a quick response to J Speed and to just kind of like wrap up that conversation. But on my other channel, I'll report this one. But hit the bell and then select the all button, and I think that helps. But yeah, what are you saying?
The way I know is because when you hit the subscribe, get an email, so that's how I know that you're live. But other than that, you don't show up in the subscriptions or anything. You have to go and search for your channel. But I think even if you announced it on your other channel that you're on this channel, I don't get notifications for your other channel at all either. So I don't know if even that would work.
So that one's also then, yeah.
Because usually you would announce it on this one and say, go over to that one, you know, for that reason. So I don't know if that would work. I think we're just going to have to wait for everything to be up and running again before it gets back to normal.
Yeah. Well, it sucks too because YouTube is my primary source of entertainment now. I can't really travel to see family or friends or even my girls. So I'm kind of just like house arrest right now. And the gym's closed. So YouTube is really like, and TV doesn't really do it for me anymore. So, you know, YouTube is really my primary source of entertainment, and it sucks that, you know, and I'm sure that's true for a lot of you, but
me as well right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it sucks that we can't have like the, you know, 300, you know, people full discussions that we had before. But stick with us. We still got some fire content and everything like that. And, you know, I'll be here because nowhere to really go. You know?
I'm the same. I feel like I'm going to go crazy by the end of this.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I'm already struggling as it is right now. And I don't even think it's been that long. I've probably been doing it close to about a week now because I sort of locked myself down before it was advised by the government. I could see where things were going and I knew that the lockdown was imminent. So I just thought, you know what, let me just do it now and just better safe than sorry sort of thing. And I think on top of that, because remember I told you that, okay, basically I lied to my work and I told them that I'd been on holiday so I could get time off because of this whole coronavirus thing. And so because I wasn't really working, I've been sending like a few emails back and forth every day and just doing a little bit of typing and things like that. I almost feel like I've been in lockdown for ages now because I haven't been keeping myself busy with work. I haven't really been doing anything. And so now I sort of wish that I was at work at that time. So it wouldn't feel so bad now. I don't know how I'm going to do it going on.
Yeah. So we're in the same boat. So for a while, y'all can expect a lot more content from me, but you're going to have to look for it. Unfortunately, you know, that's where we're at now. It's you know, it's pros and cons, but I appreciate everybody who is here. Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. But yeah, I don't see like other people. I think it's like pretty much hit or miss. Like I'll see somebody like Solo TV, but normally with everybody home, I would expect everybody to be streaming, you know.
You see, I saw Solo TV. His notifications on affect him. Super Sly, I still see his stuff. But you, Kuda, and Fantastic, I know definitely that there's something going on with them not showing your channel. Because I know Kuda's live right now, but I didn't receive that notification.
Yeah, nor did
I know that he is. Yeah. So it's just, you just have to go on to the people who you like. Just make sure you just click on their channel every now and then, and you'll probably catch someone live. And like you said, hit the notification bell, turn on all, and then you're going to get an email and it should show you that so-and-so is live right now.
Right.
and that's a way to get around it. So I feel like telling everyone now, just make sure you hit the subscriptions and hit the bell, and that way you'll be able to keep up with everything, because I feel like we want to keep up with everything right now, because we are in the situation where we're just at home doing nothing, so people want something to watch. And the numbers would be crazy high right now if this whole not seeing who's live was going on. The numbers would be so high because everyone's at home. But yeah.
Sure. So get this news article. Cancer survivor dies of coronavirus in California. God damn. Why would you even?
I think I saw that. Was that the guy that went to Disneyland?
Oh, I didn't click it. I'm just reading that. Yeah, it was. So I'm pointing at it, so it shows like clips, and yeah, it was a white guy, a bigger white guy, who went to Disneyland, and he's not old. So
yeah, I saw that.
This is a legitimate concern. So, but damn, to survive cancer and then get hit with something. God damn.
And then get hit by coronavirus. I think because he was in maybe ill health sort of already, because they say if you have underlying health issues, then it can hit you a lot harder. And do you know what I read today?
What's that?
That it disproportionately it affects men worse than it does women.
Okay.
So 70% of the people who died in Italy, because Italy has the highest death rate now of any country. Like, it's really going crazy over there. So my family that I've got over there, they're being really, really careful right now. But 70% of the people who died are all men. So for some reason, it seems like it's almost hitting men harder than it is women. I don't know why that would be, but yeah. But it's mainly old people. It's mainly old people that are dying. These younger ones are more just anomalies. So the guys that you see sort of in their 40s and 50s, even your 60s, those are the anomalies. But mainly it's hitting like, and the people that are, a bit up there in age. Those are the ones that it's wiping out. I know it's bad to say, but yeah, it's hitting them really badly.
It is. Man, it's a trip, It's no kids out playing, nobody asking for crayons, no tamales. Like the whole neighborhood is just down.
Are you grateful for like it's quiet and no one's knocking on your door asking you for tamales?
Yeah, I'm grateful for that. I really don't. The tamale people is annoying. I keep forgetting to put a sign up that says tamales next door. But those are annoying. I don't mind the kids. See, I started giving candy out because I got tired of sounding like an asshole. Sound like a grumpy old man saying shit like don't swing on my tree.
Yeah. Like the grumpy old neighborhood man. Everyone's got one of those.
Because I don't want to be that dude, but don't swing on my fucking tree. So yeah, so I did that to like open up to them and shit like that, and then they just kept coming back.
Yeah, that's how kids are though, aren't they?
Yeah,
you're nice to them, so you're like, oh, that's the nice man, at least we can sort of trust him and play with him.
Yeah,
but I've got like a school either end.
Yeah.
I've got a school either end of my road.
Huh? Go for it.
I said I've got a school either end of my road. So like at one end I've got a school down there, and on the other end I've got another school. So I'm used to them, just like I hear them in the morning going by making a lot of noise. But I don't mind it in a way. It's kids being kids, isn't it? I think it's sort of nice to hear them all happy and playing. And I've got a park like right opposite my house. And so there's always kids like out and about sort of thing. But now schools have been shut down now.
Yeah, and that's the life and everything. Yeah,
it's just empty, and it's eerily silent. But then when I actually went to the shop today because I went to get a bottle of rosé for Kuda's live stream. Right, he's having the Corona, the Corona live stream. Right. So the guys are gonna get. Yeah, that's going on now. So I'm probably going to go there after
Oh.
this. So the
Yeah, well, just
guys are getting
just put a link in the
coronas.
chat room, and I don't drink, but I'll head over there because I mean I'm not trying to step on toes, and I know it's hard to get people with because we both locked. So yeah, just throw the stream in the chat room. But to the person who said I am a grumpy old man, you know, I do. So here's the thing, I do feel like shit now, and I do feel old when I have to do shit that used to annoy me when I was a kid, that adults did. And I tell you, when it first hit me, when kids are playing football on the street and I'm just driving home regular, interrupting their game. Because I used to hate adults that did that, even though it's just like regular adult shit, you know, but I have to get home. So I did feel like, damn, I'm that dude now. I'm that motherfucker that interrupting the game. That's me. That's my lot in life, you know. And this was years ago, and now I'm the person that say, get off the tree. I don't mind them climbing it, but when they swing from, I don't mind if you climb it, but when you swing on it, you're gonna fuck the branches up, and they fucked up a branch on it, you know. So yeah, I mean, War Master
doing anything, but you want them.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to be that dude, but don't break my tree. But yeah, War Master, if it hasn't happened to you yet, it will happen to you. But I'm still cool. I'm not putting the fence up, and I'm not because I know they like to come by my place. For one, because of the tree, but for two, because of the well, for two, the Tamale people have a makeshift basketball court there, and for three, like there's a power station. There's like a little power station that the kids use as a table to color on. So, you know, so the neighborhood kind of gathers for those three reasons to in front of my spot.
You don't seem like a grumpy old man to me, though, man. I mean,
no, I'm not.
You seem like a decent dude. You seem like a guy who really got sense, who can see bullshit a mile away, honestly. That's why I come to your channel, because it make a lot of sense. Because, man, a lot of people panel hop. That's what I call it. They jump from panel to panel to panel. You know, but it's only so many panels you jump from when you realize that you're not getting anything out of it. You know what I mean? Like, like your channel, at least I can say, I learned a lot of shit from your channel as far as like, you know, people having difference in opinion and stuff like that. It make a lot of sense now. Because I always thought that, you know, people think a certain way. Like where I'm from, if I say, oh, why the fuck y'all eat hot sauce on chicken? They say, what you mean? We black. You don't do that? No, the hell I don't. In fact, I would choose barbecue sauce and ketchup over chicken. I really would. I would choose that over hot sauce any day. It's not my thing. But that's black people shit.
Oh, Zach, I don't know what it is with you and the chicken.
Well,
yeah, it's sort of, yeah. But GC, I wouldn't say you're grumpy, but one thing you do, right, is you rant. So you get on the stream and you have your little rant, but your rants are actually hilarious. They're so funny. So I appreciate the rants. I like it.
Yeah, but he'd be like, oh God. He'd be like, oh God, oh God. That shit gets me every time. I'm like, what the fuck? He'd be like, oh God, God. Like, the shit is just annoying. Keep hearing stupid nigga logic. The shit makes you sick every minute.
You know what's funny? That people in my personal life, because there's very few people in my personal life. My mom knows, and my dad knows, and maybe like one friend knows. There's very few people, and none of them know the handle. None of them know the actual name GameChanger. But there's few people in my life that know. My barber knows. There's few people in my life knows that I'm a content provider, right? So I do have people in my personal life that miss my rants, because I used to do it to friends and family. I used to do it to friends and family. Like I would say something, and it was the same way. It would be the exact same. Like when y'all hear me throwing shit, that was something that I always like motherfucker. Like
There was one time, right, and you said, I can't remember who it was, but you said someone gave you a headache, and then you literally went and got the painkillers, and we heard you take a couple of pills, and it was just it was hilarious. Or you'll hear him just randomly throw something in the middle of a rant.
Or when a woman say some stupid shit,
before I start swearing.
especially these career women, when they talk, he really be like, "What the fuck?" Like, oh God, like what the fuck? Like, cause they think they smart because they career women, and I have my degree, and I have a house, and I have a car, and all this other shit that most of these women say. But that's typical. Every woman say that when they, like some women. Mostly more black women say that when they have degrees and careers. I have a degree. I have a career. I don't need a man. I do what I want to do. I don't have to submit. It's crazy. Like, see?
Yeah. So, what wound up happening was friends and family. Because I thought I was annoying them with it. I thought that it was about me getting the shit off my chest, and they were being nice because of friends and family. I didn't know that they found the shit so entertaining, because my rants are generally like one-sided conversations that I have with people in my life. But they were actually missing it. And what started happening was they started texting me shit because I don't Twitter or Instagram or anything like that. So they would text me shit to get me going, and then I would rant about it on my show instead. So they're missing my rants because I'm doing this shit here now, and they don't know it. They don't know I'm doing it here now.
They're missing out.
Yeah, they're missing out.
But GC, what do you think out of all the content creators? What do you think specifically that makes you stand out?
I don't know. That's really up for you guys to describe, or to answer. I don't really have an answer. I just,
Okay.
This is just.
I mean, because I noticed that you actually break things down more logically than other content creators. Of course, you have the Mr. Fantastics and the Ramils and all these guys. These guys got good points too, but a lot of people come to the channel, man, and they just like being in this space. They really do.
Hey, I mean, I appreciate everybody, especially everybody that's here now with this band thing. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think there's a few good content creators, mainly the people that I listen to. So with GC, right, you break it down in a way that I don't hear other people break it down. Mm-hmm. And the way that you analyze things, it shows me things that I've missed. So I can sort of have an outlook on a situation, right, that's happened. And then I come here and I listen to you break it down. And it's like I didn't see it before, but after you say it, I can actually look back on the situation. And I'm like, wow, that's what happened. So the way that you break it down, I like that because it gives me a deeper, different perspective. And then I'll listen to Kuda because one, he's really funny, but then he can also he switches between the two, so he can discuss things seriously and then you can joke about it as well. There's a lot of.
But he learned that from GameChanger, though. He learned that from GameChanger.
GameChanger's funny as well because when he does his rants and the way that.
But he never tries to be funny. He never tries to be funny.
And then I like Fantastic's shows as well because the way that he looks at things, I like that. So that's why it's only those channels that you'd find me on, just those ones. Other than that, I picked what I like. I know what I like now, and that's what I stick to.
Yeah, that is true. Unless you're like going after like Rashida or Taz or somebody. Yeah, I only see you at those channels. Now I think about it. I mean, I'll see you in chat room other places, but primarily like on the panels. Yeah, those are the places I see.
On the odd occasion, you might see me in maybe O'Shea's chat, but I've been there a bit less recently. And you might catch me in Ramil's chat.
No, I backed off from Mill at least for a week or two.
It's very it's just on a random one that I might just pop up on Ramil's stream. But other than that, no, I don't really watch anyone else. Who else do I watch? I can't think of anyone.
I like the Roger Report. Back when he was doing it.
I've never watched that. No. It's like
Yeah,
I
I'm
said,
gonna
I've got favoritism. I've got favoritism. So
I mean, all the content creators, they agree with GameChanger. All the content creators agree with GameChanger. They talking points line up with what he's initially saying, but it's like everybody have their own opinions on how they look at certain things, you know, like when I come into these spaces, I'm willing to hear honest conversation. And shout out to Keith, because he said that last year in Obsidian platform, you know. It's all about being honest. Just have a real conversation. We know this the internet. We know you can't touch people through a damn phone or computer, but the least you can do is verbally communicate. And most people miss that because they say, you niggas on the internet, y'all not living in reality. Well, technically we is. We just talking about it. Because I meet guys like that all the time, and these same guys are the same dudes who's really on the internet, literally, in a chat box for real, like literally doing anything for attention from women. Me personally, I don't come on the internet looking for women. It's not my thing. I meet women in my real life, and I'm on a 6 month to a year plan of being single. That's just what I'm doing. I don't want a relationship. I don't want to be responsible for you. I don't want to open doors for you. I don't want to do any of those things. I need time to work on me, my thoughts, my goals, my ambition.
I don't know about that. I think yesterday, I'll be honest with you, yesterday, it sounded like you wanted to give Beth that 23 centimeters.
No, see, what's interesting is
give Beth that 23 centimeters. I'm just saying.
No, not at all, bro. I was just trying to make it interesting that, you know, ask women questions, at least be, you know, just be open. Like I can't do much. I can at least ask questions and say certain things. But Beth, from what I hear, like I don't know her personally. So I don't know her real life. For all we know, she could be a smart woman who really have none of these issues, but she could be, you know, just probably hurt over past relationships. But I was just trying to suggest different things to her because, you know, sometimes women have to do certain things just to learn from it and say, well, you know what? I shouldn't have did that. Maybe I should have did this. And I was just trying to just speak to her. I wasn't trying to holler at her. Ain't no game, no flirting, no comments and no shit like that. Like, I don't want to mention people's name, but no top cat shit and no rude shit. And rude is my boy, but after I heard Cat City stream, I'm like,
that's not my fight. So I'm staying out of that one. But yeah. Apparently.
No, I feel.
And to Epic Empowerment, I didn't even know that you made content. Literally, I stumbled upon your stream that time because I think Fantastic put up that he was going to be over there, and so that's how I found it. But I'm gonna listen in. I'm definitely gonna listen in because it was an interesting conversation. Yeah. But yeah, people who make content should.
I didn't see it, but I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check you out, Epic Empowerment. So apparently, you and China went at it.
Me and China.
That's not what happened.
Yeah, you was over there, Jessica.
Sort of, but not really go at it. But we just had different opinions, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just different opinions on sort of marriage and relationships.
Okay.
Well, you know what though, GameChanger, that was genius yesterday, man. You let the women speak. That's part of women talking. See, that's the shit that women want to see. That was kind of smart. Like I was just listening to it and I was like, damn, at least they peaceful. So that really takes away from all the bullshit I heard about women can't get along. I really thought different yesterday.
Well, I mean, when you take away, and I meant to bring this up yesterday, but that's what's called a healthy interaction amongst women, and that's what happens when you are outside of the sisterhood. The sisterhood is all about seeing other women as competition, and that's why they have that whole light skin, dark skin aspect to it, you know, and teaching women not to compete, so they'll be the only one competing. It's a lot of slick, devious shit going on in the sisterhood, and you'll never get, you know, a proper dialogue and like a woman genuinely trying to help other women in those spaces. They're just trying to sabotage. If it was some sisterhood, they would have just said something to fuck her up worse, you know.
Sure. I mean, but Jessica and China, they actually had good points, and they didn't say anything ignorant or no ratchet shit, and I can respect that, bro. On your panel, I'm like, damn. If this, like, I'm thinking like, damn, even because a lot of guys get pissed off, GameChanger, about these spaces. Oh, this is the men's space. We shouldn't allow women. But I think that was balanced yesterday. I think it was kind of neutral. It wasn't nothing wrong with it at all.
There are certain things, Zach. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna head over to Kudos. There's certain things. There's a certain type of treatment that pick-me's deserve, whether they are whether you're fucking them or not, and whether they are directly benefiting you with their pick-me-ness or not.
True.
Which is why I don't agree when women say, "Oh, I'm submissive to my man." It's like, no, there's really just a certain way that a certain type of man should be treated, whether fucking you or not. You know,
True.
I'm a believer in that. So when I see Beth with this problem, I'm going to do what I'm capable of doing and solving it. However, I don't have me never having to seduce a man. I don't really have the foresight to do it. I just know what I like on the receiving end. I didn't even see the mystique aspect that though I'm attracted to, I don't really see it. I just receive it. So I don't really know why I would like a certain woman, but I guess I'm manipulated into doing something through feminine wows. And that's okay. Like that's
normal, GameChanger. That's decent. That's normal, bro. Nothing wrong with that.
But what I'm saying is Jessica knew, and now Beth knows. So I think that's healthy because that's something I wouldn't have been able to tell her. And I hope to be that type of father to where I could delegate, like talk to your mother about this. I don't really know.
Sure. And that's why I like we told the men, let's let the women speak. And I was like, okay, I can respect that. That's balance. That's order. That's order right there, bro. So I was like, you know what? He's right. And the shit actually worked. See, that's what happens when you let people who's smarter orchestrate the motherfucking program. And that's just what happened. And that's why I'm going to be honest, bro. I don't really feed into a lot of these spaces because it's only you, Cool, and Mr. Fantastic, the only 3 channels I watch, literally. And it's mainly you because you might go live sometimes and I follow up on some of the shit you put out. And then I look up the old shit and I compare with the new shit. It's pretty much the same. Like you never changed. You always been the same guy, which is honest. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, thanks. To continue with the I know that's good that y'all leaving for Kudos right now, but to continue with the theme of honesty, I'm gonna tell y'all this: it's very, very, very difficult for me to lie.
I believe
it's extremely hard, and that's because I tell stories and I talk a lot and I say the first thing that comes to my head. So what winds up happening to people who lie is that there's inconsistency. Like I'll tell a story, forget that I told it, and then tell it again. Now, if I was a liar, it would be the same story. And I'm not talking about here. I'm talking about my personal life, but a liar would be like, oh, last time you said that, that this happened. Last time you told me you took her home and smashed, but this time you told me that, something else happened. So, so it's hard for me to lie because I hate getting caught in it. Because here's the thing. My father used to, and I probably would do this with my son too. He would just pretend to buy into it, mainly because he was stoic that didn't give a shit, or made a wiser lesson. I think it was the former. And I'll give a perfect example, right? I used to try to cut my own hair in elementary school. I used to think I was slick and cut my own hair. And my dad called me on the shit, and I just said it fell out. And you're just like, oh, okay, well, if it fell out, it fell out. Mine fell out.
I did that too, though. But go ahead.
Yeah, so you do that shit too, but then you get older, and it's like, God damn, I've been really transparent with the. It's just a feeling that everybody knows I'm lying, but me. I get that feeling too.
Yeah, I don't like lying. I don't. It's not something that I do, and I think it just stems from my childhood. And my dad always used to say, I think it's like an African saying, but he'll be like, "Tell the truth and shame the devil." And so, telling
I
the
heard
truth.
that. I heard that before.
You heard that one? That's what he always used to
saying
say.
the truth. I mean, tell the truth, saying the devil.
Yeah, so it's sort of instilled in me just to be honest and just say it how it is. But I feel like that might have got me in trouble sometimes.
Exactly.
Like when I'm on panels and stuff, because I'm just honest and I just say what I think, and I'm not really reserved about it. I'll just tell the truth. I think it's got me in trouble. Whereas I've noticed there's a lot of people that lie when they get on panels, and they're lying to try and keep up a certain image or a certain persona, and I'm just like, no, this is what I think, this is what I do, this is da 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 da, and I think it's got me into trouble. But hey, it is what it is.
But you know why? You know why though? Because I give you another 2 months, Jessica, and you'll be broken into fully in a manosphere where pretty much people just don't like the fact that you can, intellectually understand shit. They expecting you to be this loud, talking back, combative woman, and you're not. You actually hear people out and hear the situations, and you hear the conversation, and you add to it. That's different from most women, and GameChanger do that too. That's why I was looking at it when I watched that stream, and I'm gonna be quick when I say this. I watched that stream when GameChanger played it earlier. He was on the panel, and he pretty much was just breaking down everything logically for what it was, and they was going off into YouTubers and you live with your mama and you don't have enough and you can't tell me. It was confusing. They too old to not keep up with conversations like that. That shit is embarrassing. But people think they smart just because they can talk. That don't mean you're smart just because you can talk. It's about comprehension. Yeah, right. It's about listening and learning. And if you can, because guess what? The more you know, you're going to realize you don't know as much. And a lot of people don't understand that. Like, I was just, man, I heard that stream and I'm hearing Mr. Research say what he said. And he's making some type of sense, but he's being very confusing with it. He's just saying, concrete. You can't say it because, like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? We're not even talking about this. Like, it was just confusing.
Some people, it's their game plan to confuse you. They want to confuse you so that you don't realize that they're talking crap.
That's bullshit.
That's what they do. They try and bamboozle you to take away from the fact bullshit. That they make no sense.
Yeah, but why do that? Just see, this is the thing about me. It took, see, a lot of people don't know when you in this space, especially coming in and you're a new listener. I give it 3 weeks, then you're gonna hear the conversations. You be in the chat, then you go from the chat to debating if you're gonna hop on the panel or not. But you gotta have enough guts because this panel is relentless. They will break you the fuck down. You can't say stupid shit. It's thinking people on it. I realize that. You see what I'm saying? So, and that's why a lot of people, they be in the chat, they're not afraid. They just can't compete intellectually. And that means that it's a lot of people who's really brainwashed who don't know shit. So y'all right on what y'all saying on most of these topics. It's absolutely correct. I see it every day. My best friend drives a skateboard. Well, he rides a skateboard. Don't even have a tattoo, not a record. I don't either. And he don't game bang or nothing. This is my close homie. I know this dude for 13 years. But people call us weird, crazy. These dudes lame. They this and that. Well, I have a savings account. I have money. I live by myself. I'm a regular guy. I'm the epitome of a regular guy, period. I have kids and all that. I work and all that. But, I live by myself. I listen to these conversations and I look at my life and I say, like, damn, this, I guess they was right. That's why I tune into the manosphere. But when it goes off into other shit and it don't stay on topic, I don't feed into it like at all.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly say thank you, Landon. I do hold my parents in high regard, and yeah, seeing them gives me hope for what I can have in the future. You know, they're my inspiration for my future life.
Right.
Yeah.
But just let me ask you something. Let me ask you something before y'all go to cool this. Before y'all go to cool this, do you think you've been in this format again when you're willing to date and meet a mate?
Sorry, Zach, you were borking.
We're not.
Yeah, you were silent for a good 15 seconds. We didn't hear.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
I was saying, you coming into this space, do you think hearing these different perspectives and opinions with men, that it would really taint or pretty much shift the way you look at how you choose a mate? Because you have too much male perspective. Now when you pick a man, will he have to meet all these standards, or would you be genuine? Are you looking for love and protection and all that? Or will you be stubborn? Will you be heartless and you say, well, you're just a man because you've been in this space? What is the effects of being in this space?
No, I think if anything, being in this space has sort of confirmed that the things that I was looking for are what I need to be looking for. Because so basically when I first came here, I said that from my experience, a lot of men that you know I come across, they're not looking for a woman like me. They're looking for a woman that's more masculine, a woman that's gonna be a bit more fiery, a bit more, you know, just loud. That's what they want. And so I almost felt like I was going wrong in what I was looking for, and that there weren't people out there who still thought like I do. But then me coming to this space has sort of confirmed that no, do you know what I was looking for was the right thing, and there are other people who are looking for that in a woman, and they're representations of what I would want in a man. So if anything, it's just confirmed that I'm on the right track, and yeah, it gives me hope.
The reason why they share perception is because men not having the mating options that women have go with perception, like what's most likely to be. So if you were to walk up to a guy who's physically attracted to you and say, what type of girls do you like? He would probably say the type of girls that he commonly come across, hoping that you fit that description.
Possibly. I never thought of that.
Yeah, we don't have the, you know, we really can't just afford to say that, you know, I'm really attracted to a very specific thing, and if you are not it, we go home and jack off. We don't really have it, you know. I mean, so that's I mean, I think that that's likely them telling you what they think you want to hear.
Yeah.
You know.
Probably, yeah. I didn't think of it like that, but it makes sense, because if you're going with the odds of probability and you're trying to tell someone what they want to hear, then that is the route that you'd go down.
Right. So men will say, you know, oh, I want me a strong and independent woman, you know. Yeah, I lost a lot of sex. Honesty does not get you laid. I mean, you know, and I'm not like entirely honest. I told the story about how I used to lie and tell girls I was a virgin, like my first 8 to 12 girls, I told them I was a virgin still. So I mean, I'm not like, you know, I'm not a saint, but you know, I don't. Yeah, I would rather be truthful when that's presented to me. But my favorite go-to, fellas, listen to this, and then we'll go to kudos, is to just say I'd rather not answer. I say that shit all the time, and it pisses them off. But there's nothing worse than the truth or a lie to certain questions. For example,
but that shit works. That shit works. It works.
Well, it doesn't really work. It just it's just the best of bad answers. It's the best of bad answers. So for example, women ask shit like, when was the last time you had sex? Or how many women have you been with? There's no answer to these questions. If you say 3, you're a lame. If you say 300, you're a fucking, STD. Like there's no actual good answer to either of those questions. If you say, 3 days, then it's like, wait, with who? And if you say 3 years, it's like, oh, goddamn, you're an incel. There's no good answer to any question like that. So to avoid lying or, worse, telling the truth, I choose not to answer, which is bad, but answering is worse.
But you know what I ask women? I ask every woman I meet. I say, when was the last time you had sex? And if they can't answer me right away, then I call them on bullshit. But we can go to Kudas though.
Yeah, let's go to Kudas.
Right, let's go troll Kuda. I need to think of some
trolling
ideas.
I appreciate it, Game Changer.
They're saying that he's trolling me. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I see you over there.
Yeah, it's been nice. It's been nice having a chat with you, Game Changer.
Yeah, if you hop on Kudas panel, we probably shot over there too. So I'm sure.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
see you there.
All right, see you there. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Y'all heard we're about to head over to Kudas channel. Hope to see y'all there. YouTube is fucked up right now, so subscribership is low. So I want to see he has 17. I want to see 34 people there. See you in a sec. Peace. Wait, Kuda's watching me. Well, shit, you about to run out of stuff to watch, Kuda. I'm watching you, so I'm about to head over there to you. So yeah, find something else. Watch Oakland Going Wild again. I'll be over there in a sec. Peace.